Call to order the April 4th, 2016 Currituck County Board of Commissioners meeting. First item on the agenda will be invocation and pledge of allegiance, led by Bishop Emma Jones of the Living Word Ministries. I ask everyone to please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag for which it stands,
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come this afternoon, God, to say thank you. God, we ask you to forgive us for all our sins today. God, we invite you to this place that you will have your way. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Bishop Jones. At 4 p.m., the Currituck County Board of Commissioners convened a workshop to deal with outdoor tour operators. We finished that about 15 minutes before we come in here. And next, we have the approval of the agenda. We have one item to remove. It's from the consent agenda. It's item 5.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman, with the deletion of item 5 and consent agenda.
Second that motion.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? No. Item passes unanimously. Next item on our agenda is administrative reports. We have tonight the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary boundary expansion. We will receive this from Will Sassarossi. Is that correct? I apologize if that's not.
No worries, sir. And actually, he has a newborn baby, so my name is David Alberg, and I'm sitting out in his
I
place.
knew I didn't recognize you. No,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
just kidding. This is from the Maritime Archaeologists of NOAA, N-O-A-A.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, my name is David Alberg. I'm the Superintendent of the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. I spoke before you, I believe, about 6 months ago, last fall, as sort of an introduction to our program, although we've been around for more than 43 years protecting the Civil War shipwreck USS Monitor off of Cape Hatteras. We've begun to make a more proactive effort to reach out to local neighboring communities like those in Currituck and Dare County and Carteret County. And when I spoke to you last fall, it was about the possible expansion of the Monitor Sanctuary. Well, I'm before you today to give you an update on that process. On January 8th of this last year, within the Federal Register, a notice of intent was put out to begin exploring the potential boundary expansion formally. So we concluded a 10-week public commenting period, which ended on March 18th, collecting just a little over 200 comments from local communities and individuals. And NOAA will now go back over the course of the next probably 12 to 18 months, developing a recommendation, which could include a variety of different models in different areas, and always, of course, it can also include the do-nothing alternative, which is to leave the monitor as it currently sits in place. But this review will also include a look at current regulations within the boundaries of the sanctuary and regulations that might be recommended for any additional areas that would be added. As we are going to be working over the next 12 months developing this, my real primary goal here tonight was to extend an invitation to some subcommittee, a working group, the full commission, if that were ever possible, to come up to Newport News and allow us the opportunity to show you in a little bit more depth than we can do here at a 10-minute presentation about the work of the sanctuary and ways that we might be able to work within Currituck County through public outreach and through education, museum exhibits, and other ways to enhance tourism here in Currituck County and to better explain what this proposed expansion of the Monitor Sanctuary would be all about. Basically, it is we are not proposing any restrictions to fishing. We're not going to be proposing any restrictions to dive access. The real concern for us is the illegal removal of artifacts from these shipwrecks, which in many cases are grave sites, and to find mechanisms to increase heritage tourism and the national awareness of this important area off coastal North Carolina, which really is the only true World War II battlefield in the continental United States that we have, home or the gravesite to over 1,600 men. So if there is at any point in the future, I can make sure that I get to the clerk our contact information, some mechanism to get one or more or all of you up to Newport News. We would be honored to spend a couple hours, show you around, and talk a little bit more about our program. And if there are any questions or anything that you've heard from constituents that I can answer tonight, I'd be happy to do that.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. How big is the boundary currently?
Currently, it is a 1 mile column of water around the one shipwreck, the USS Monitor. What was recommended to us for consideration by our working group was not any particular area, but really 4 different approaches. A larger traditional box that you might see at some of the other sanctuaries within the system. Another model was what we call the pepperoni pizza model, which would be to take the boundary approach at Monitor and sprinkle it around some other number of historic World War II wrecks. And another third option was much smaller areas concentrated around World War II wrecks. There's a number of World War I wrecks, and there's also some Civil War blockade runners. But they didn't recommend a particular area or a number of wrecks, but just different approaches for NOAA to consider. So I think for us, one of the things that came out of scoping that we heard loud and clear was that the current regulations at the Monitor within that 1 mile boundary, that this may be an opportunity to relook at those. Those were established in 1975. There may be ways to maybe reduce the restrictions that are currently at the Monitor, and that may serve as a template for some of these other wrecks as well, sir.
You think expanding the federal government's reach beyond a mile is going to stop people from stealing if a mile is not stopping them?
Well, I can say that we have never had a case within the intent of this expansion is not to in any way enhance protection of the Monitor. The Monitor we've never had a removal of artifacts that we are aware of from the Monitor sanctuary. The intent here is to look at the other shipwrecks beyond the Monitor, the World War II shipwrecks, many of which were merchant marine losses, and look at ways that we can honor and memorialize those and work, and then using different laws. Currently, there are a number of gaps in the laws that protect those shipwrecks that allow the removal of artifacts. That the Sanctuaries Act could be used to stop the removal of the artifacts off some of these other wrecks, sir.
And when you gave this presentation in Dare County, what was their response?
Dare County was pretty clear, and you can see their comments on our website because they're posted. Dare County was in opposition of it, primarily due to their experience with the Park Service and other federal agents down, and the fear of creeping jurisdiction that that this action is not really about what we say it is, that their concern was that it would open a door for further restrictions later on. But their other concern, the biggest one, was what potential impacts this might have on fishing. At the time when we went before the Dare County Board of Commissioners, we had nothing to present. We simply came before them with an open sheet of paper at the beginning of our scoping comment period, and so I could not address what this would or would not be in the future. But now is the time. What I had hoped Dare County would do, and what I would certainly hope Currituck County would do, is take the time to learn a little bit more about the presentation and the proposal and what opportunities this may represent to work together. Dare County, unfortunately, just came right out of the gate with a prepared statement without even having an opportunity to hear what our real proposal was. And at the time, there wasn't one because we're just now beginning to work on it.
I'll just tell you, I have a huge amount of skepticism about the federal government expanding anything because they never stop. And I know we're fighting right now the commercial fishermen in northeastern North Carolina, throughout the state. Their marine fisheries are doing everything they can to put them out of business. And I'm just speaking as one commissioner.
Understood.
I don't represent the other board, but I, for one, am going to have a very skeptical eye on any expansion of the federal government's jurisdiction over anything, because I see what the federal government does, and I don't like it.
Understood. And I could say I welcome your skepticism, and that's why I open a door to begin a dialogue before we put pen to paper and begin drafting proposed regulations, before we begin developing what this will be. I would really like to be able to work with the commissioners and the representatives, the citizens in Currituck County, Dare County, and others, so that what we develop is something that addresses your skepticism in a positive way.
And just one question to follow up on that. Would this be something that either Currituck or Dare would be co-signatories on? In other words, if the federal government did it, they could just do it unilaterally?
It depends. If the proposals that went forward included the opportunity for state waters to be included, but they don't need to, the vast majority of the shipwrecks that are of concern to us lie in federal waters outside of 3 miles. If Currituck County, Dare County, Carteret County, and the state came forward and said, please, let's find a way to include state waters, then that would be something we could discuss. Presently, we're looking at federal waters outside the 3-mile limit.
Okay. Well, I mean, and to Commissioner O'Neill's point, it sounds like at this point in time, if anyone has their phones on, could they please cut them off or put them on silent for the duration of this meeting? Thank you. My train of thought is that if we're talking about the scope right now and it's going to be federal waters, it would probably behoove us to engage in a conversation to at least have some input.
Excellent, and I would welcome that. And again, I think it's with the agendas and these meetings, it's difficult to give you an opportunity for fair question and answer, and to understand maybe a little bit deeper what our proposal's about. So if there is a mechanism through a working group or a task force or even an informal meeting with some representation of the council, we would certainly welcome that.
Sure, but I do share Commissioner O'Neill's skepticism and his jaundiced eye towards federal expansion.
Mr. Chairman, I certainly would advocate us having a work session, and you come back when we have an hour
That'd be wonderful.
to discuss this, and then you can have access to whatever technology you need to do a presentation. And I think that would be more productive.
Excellent. I can, again, work with your staff to find a time that's best for you all.
I think that would be good. Thank you.
Yeah, please leave your information with her.
Yes, sir.
All righty. Any other questions? All righty. Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Next, first item under public hearings is public hearing in action PB 1603, Countryside Estates. It's request for preliminary plat use permit for a 62-lot residential subdivision in Moyock off Currituck Highway, tax map 9, parcel 79B, Moyock Township. And at this time, I'll open the. Well, first off, anyone here that wants to give testimony or evidence relative to this use permit, please come forward now for the purpose of being sworn. Yeah, the other left hand. Do you and each of you swear the testimony you give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, and with that, I'm going to open the public hearing, and we will hear from our planning staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you just described, this is a residential subdivision in the Moyock area. You can see on the aerial photograph this property is just south of and adjacent to the North Point subdivision, so it's just below the state line. This was before you previously as a conditional zoning approval, so this board should be somewhat familiar with this subdivision. The property is about 55 acres. They're proposing 62 residential units or lots, so the density is 1.1 units per acre overall, gross density. Has 35% open space that's provided, so about 20 acres of the property will be an open space. Their actually required open space is 16.7 acres, so they're adding a little additional open space to the development. Property is designated as full service in the Moyock Small Area Plan as well as in the 2006 Land Use Plan. You can see on the zoning map that this particular property is zoned MXR, which is one of our zoning districts in the county that allows a little higher density development and even allows multifamily and some commercial uses. However, this property was approved as part of a conditional zoning, so it is in fact limited to a residential subdivision. Zoning patterning around it, you can see that you have some agricultural zoning to the west of this, And then pretty much on the other sides, you have either residential development or commercial or additional MXR zoning that abuts this particular property. There's a front portion of the site plan, and then, of course, the rear portion of the plan. And what you have tonight is this particular request was submitted and is being reviewed under the ordinance changes that were adopted in January of 2016. So if this board remembers, we added some changes to the ordinance recently in January about lot size and the way riparian buffers are managed, sidewalks, et cetera. So this development is actually being reviewed under the set of changes this board recently adopted in January. Some of those characteristics of the development is it has a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet. It is on 50-foot wide public rights-of-way transportation network. It has it's actually served by not only county water but county sewer as well, so it's fully served by water and sewer utility. One thing I want to explain, and we did this in the zoning, but there's a farmland buffer that's required in our ordinance. So when you develop land adjoining active agricultural, you have to provide a 50-foot buffer between the development and the farmland. In this case, the farm to the south is actually already zoned MXR and GB, so it's no longer zoned agriculture. And the agreement that we came to through the zoning process is that there will be a 50-foot easement established on the adjoining property, so we're actually allowing the farmland buffer to be on the property that's currently being farmed. If that property to the south develops, there'll be no need for that, obviously, because at that point there won't be a farm anymore. If it doesn't, then that 50-foot easement, that buffer area, will be recorded until such time as it is developed. So the reason we looked at it that way is most likely this adjoining tract of land is certainly one that'll probably fall to the development at some point in the future. A couple of things. There are a few deviations from the conditional zoning approval. As the board knows, when you approve a conditional zoning plan, you also look at a conceptual development plan. The UDO, or Unified Development Ordinance, does allow for minor deviations. One is, on this particular project, there was a slight shift in some lots, trail, and stormwater infrastructure. And really just 3 lots were affected, but a very minor shift in the center of the development. And also, there was a trail system that went around the wetlands on the far western boundary of the property. That trail system is being removed. One is because it would be difficult to install it in the wetlands, and 2, from an environmental perspective, it really doesn't make sense to introduce impervious area into a wetland area. And kind of as a trade-off, they're going to make some improvements to the internal trail system that connects the lots to the roads and back out to the highway. So both those minor deviations are allowed under the UDO, and I just wanted to point those out to the board so you know that this plan looks a little bit different than the conceptual zoning plan, but very minor in staff's opinion. Another element the county requires at preliminary plat is the establishment of the payment in lieu or the land dedication for a parks and recreation area, and that's a formula that's applied, and based on the formula, the land dedication for this development would have been 1.58 acres. The technical review committee is recommending to not accept the land dedication, but instead accept the fee. The fee for this particular tract is $45,176, so it's a relatively higher fee than we see a lot of times, but I think that's principally based upon that this property is no longer zoned agricultural and it's actually zoned MXR. So we are recommending acceptance of the fee as opposed to the land dedication. There's connectivity requirements in the ordinance. As you can see to the north, that land is already platted out, so there's no ability to connect to the north. To the west, you have the wetland area, which doesn't allow connectivity. They are proposing to connect to the tract to the south, and what the staff is recommending is that on the front of this parcel, there's a couple of commercial pieces that are left out of the subdivision, so you maintain the ability to use the road frontage for commercial uses. Staff's recommending that they provide for cross-access, which means basically if you left this subdivision, rather than go out on the highway to then turn back into the commercial parcel, you could turn off your subdivision street and enter the commercial parcels. So between the connection to the south and through the commercial parcels, we think this development complies with the connectivity requirements of the UDO. TRC is recommending approval of this use permit. There are a number of conditions that are included in the TRC recommendation. Those are mostly just plan corrections that will be made prior to the construction drawings are approved. Nothing significant on those recommendations. We would ask that if the board makes a motion to approve, that you include the staff recommendations. The planning board also heard this request at their March meeting, and they too recommended approval of the preliminary plat. They recommended approval because the use will not endanger the public health or safety, will not injure the value of adjoining property, will be in harmony with the area, and will be consistent with the land use plan and not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities. As part of your consideration tonight, there are also the use permit review standards. So in terms of hearing the testimony from the applicant and the information they've already provided in their application, you'll want to consider those if you decide to move forward with approval of the subdivision and the use permit. And with that, I can answer any questions the board has.
Any questions? Ben, I have just one, and it was on page 38 of our agenda packet, and it spoke to, I think, TRC Fire Marshal, making note that there were, he didn't observe the necessary fire hydrants or whatever spaced out. Was that matter, has that been subsequently resolved?
It has been. That's been corrected, and that will be proper before the subdivision's built.
Okay. I have no further. Does anybody have any other questions? All right, with that, the applicant want to make a presentation.
Yep. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Bill Brumsey here on behalf of the applicant, which is Countryside Estates, LLC. Do you guys want me to go up to the podium or stay right here?
Probably the podium. Would that, or
Well, since we've got a number of use permit hearings tonight, quasi-judicial in nature, we've kind of set it up more in a courtroom sort of manner so counsel can speak
Okay.
from their table and have ability to spread their material out.
Okay. I didn't know if the camera, I guess the camera can
The
capture.
camera and the microphones will pick up
Very good.
the
Thank
the
you.
attorneys.
Okay. And I'm going to be brief. We agree with the presentation that Mr. Woody has made with the TRC recommending approval and are ready to comply with the conditions laid out there. And with me is John Napolitano, and he's available to answer any questions. And if you specifically want to discuss the question that Mr. Griggs just mentioned regarding the fire hydrants, you may want to start with that.
Good evening. In answer to your question, yes, sir, when we met with the TRC, we discussed the fire hydrants, and as Mr. Woody said, they will be corrected with the final plans when we finish drawing them.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I have
Yes.
just a quick question. Mr. Napolitano, on the section for the commercial, have you proposed plans with that in addition to the development, the housing development, or is that just zoned as commercial?
Ma'am, that is zoned as commercial. We don't own that land. We bought this property from the church, and the church retained the front 8 acres for themselves for commercial. Now, what we did do, as Mr. Woody said, we're providing access to both of those commercial pieces, the piece to the north, which belongs to Mr. Whitehurst, and the piece to the south, which belongs to the church, so that they try to reduce some of the traffic on 168.
But it's so that they can still continue to possibly use that as their site for their future growth.
I think they're looking to turn that into something commercial, but I'm not sure
Okay.
the church's intent.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, I will close the public hearings and entertain a motion from the board.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve PB 1603 with staff recommendations due to the use will not endanger public health or safety, use will not injure the property of the adjoining property, the use will be in conformity with the land use plan, and the use will not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities.
And I'll second that motion.
Board has a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is public hearing and action, PB 1604, Eco Plexus It's in Goose Creek. It's a request for a conditional rezoning from general business to conditional district agriculture for the purpose of a solar array located in the eastern portion of the former Goose Creek Golf Course, tax map 108, parcel 95F, Poplar Branch Township. All right. We'll open the public hearing. And
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a conditional zoning request, and it's also related to the next item on the agenda, which is a request for a use permit. So while you have two agenda items tonight, they're related to the same project. However, as the board is aware of, and the public may or may not be, the conditional zoning process is a legislative matter, which means that when the board hears information on this particular zoning request, you'll be acting in your legislative capacity, which requires you to make a motion or a finding based on plan consistency and public interest and reasonableness. The next item is a use permit application, which you will then sit in your quasi-judicial capacity, at which time you'll have sworn testimony, and it'll be more formal in nature, and then you'll be making a motion and decision based on use permit review findings. So there's two processes that we're following here tonight. I'm going to do kind of a general overview in my first presentation and probably be a lot shorter and more concise in the second. So the conditional zoning request is on the frontage of what is formerly the Goose Creek Golf Course. The total size of the tract of land is about 118 acres. The conditional zoning part of this, which is highlighted on the map, is about 16.49 acres, and then the remaining 101.53 acres remains agricultural and is subject to the use permit. So to give the board some context, about 86% of the project total is going to be handled in the use permit public hearing that follows this, and about 14% of this project is being handled under the conditional zoning process. And to give some context for how we got to the place you are with two applications, the county has had a solar array ordinance for a number of years now, since 2013, and it's been modified several times by the Board of Commissioners. I think as we've learned more about these projects and some of the concerns of surrounding communities, the board has went through the ordinance and added additional standards, or put additional standards in place that apply to solar arrays. On October 5th, 2015, the Board of Commissioners amended the UDO to add additional standards to solar arrays. In that package of amendments, one thing that was included was a 300-foot setback from exterior property lines. There were other things related to landscaping and groundwater testing that was required as well. Following the October 5th, 2015 meeting, the applicant, Ecoplexus, and the landowner, Mr. Owens, came in and submitted an application for a use permit for the property. And that application was filed after the October 5th meeting, so was subject to the standards that were then in place. At a subsequent meeting on January 4th, 2016, the Board of Commissioners modified that ordinance, and at that meeting, they included the provision that allows a reduction of that 300-foot setback when the solar array panels are adjacent to a non-residential uses. So essentially, in January, the ordinance was modified to maintain the 300-foot setback from residential uses, schools, daycares, etc., but to allow some setback reduction. In that amendment in January 4th, another thing that occurred was at that point the board removed solar arrays from most of the zoning districts in the ordinance. In that ordinance, or that amendment, they were then only allowed in the agricultural zoning district with a conditional zoning approval. So at that point, the applicant came in and filed the request for 16.5 acres to be considered under the conditional zoning process under the ordinance that was adopted or amended in January 4th. So this public hearing, right now, you're considering a conditional zoning under the January 4th, 2016 ordinance that allows some reduced setbacks in the frontage of the property, but requires a conditional zoning approval. And the remainder of the property in your next hearing will be considered under the use permit requirements in the agricultural zoning district. So that's how we got to have two applications for basically one property. Any questions from the board on that at this time?
I have a question, Mr. Woody. Does the second application include the proposed rezoned property as part of that application?
Does the second application include It includes the 16 acres that are being rezoned from general business to agricultural, correct? If that's your question.
That is my question.
Yes. Yes, the second application is taking 16.5 acres of general business zoning and rezoning that the conditional district agricultural.
Any other questions? All right, Ben, do you
Okay.
have further?
Yeah, I want to carry on. So, this property in our land use plan is designated as full service. The entire property is just in the Grandy sub area. You can see there the frontage of the property is on GB. As much of Grandy is along the road frontage. And again, the area that's highlighted is similar to Commissioner O'Neill's question. That's the area that's being requested to be removed from GB to agricultural zoning. So I do want to give a little more background on zoning on this property. One thing that I want to note is that in 2007, the Goose Creek Golf Course came before the county and actually requested a rezoning of this property. And in that rezoning request, it was for 67 acres that they were proposed to rezone from agricultural to residential, and then an additional 11 acres to be rezoned from agricultural to general business. At that point, the plan was to reduce the golf course to a 9-hole executive style to add additional housing development around that 9-hole executive style golf course and to expand the GB to try to develop some business uses that would be compatible with the additional residential development. I'll note at that time there was community opposition to those rezoning requests, and at that time the request for residential zoning in 2007 was denied by the Board of Commissioners. However, the additional general business that was added to this property was approved by the Board of Commissioners. So essentially what you have is not all of it, but what you see being requested to convert from GB back to ag was GB that was added as part of a double application back in 2007. Another thing I want to touch on the zoning part of this is there's been some feedback at the planning board meeting regarding this particular property and the extent to which removing that 16.5 acres from the GB zoning may be detrimental to the commercial inventory of land in the Grandy sub area. Just wanted to give some context for where, in staff's opinion, is that reduction of 16 acres of GB is not negative or does not have a negative impact on the commercial inventory of land in Grandy. In Grandy sub area, which goes from Barnard Road down to about the Weeping Radish, that's the Grandy area in our planning documents, there are 200 parcels of land that are wholly or partially zoned GB. So this would be a partially zoned parcel of land. Of those 200 parcels, they comprise about 739 acres. Of that 200 parcels, or 739 acres that are wholly or partially zoned GB, 37% of those parcels, so 74 of those, are currently used for non-residential use, while the remaining 126 parcels, or 63%, are either vacant commercially zoned land or commercially zoned land that has a residential use currently. In terms of acreage, about 19.8% of the total acreage is used for non-residential use, where 80.2% of the parcels that are wholly or partially zoned GB are currently vacant or used for residential use. So that's about 592 acres of land in Grandy that's wholly or partially zoned GB that is not currently used for commercial purposes. So there is some inventory of commercial land that exists in the Grandy sub area, with or without this 16-acre rezoning. As required by the amendment, this application did go through a community meeting process. They held 2 community meetings. Those community meetings were initially held when the project was fully proposed to be a use permit, and each of those were held in advance of the conditional zoning that was filed. However, those community meeting notes from the applicant are included in your agenda packet, as well as we actually had a written response from the community, which they're allowed to do, to express some of the community concerns that came up at the community meeting. So all that information is in your agenda packet, which you've reviewed. The particulars of the project is, as a whole, it's a 20-megawatt solar array located on the abandoned Goose Creek Golf Course. Is required by the ordinance. If the board does approve this project and it moves forward, there are UDO standards that apply, and I want to go over those just so the board and the folks in attendance understand what they have to do, regardless of the results of tonight's meeting if it's approved. It's required to have ground covering grass to try to limit some of the erosion on the site. The solar panels must be screened from rights-of-way and developed land. Also has to be screened from residential houses. The screening from the residential uses is what's called a Type D buffer, which is the biggest buffer the county has. And then the screening from other uses is a Type C, which is a reduced screening buffer and allows a little smaller setback. Total height of the solar energy system cannot exceed 15 feet. A decommissioning operation and maintenance plan is required before the solar commission can be certified for use, for compliance. All components of the solar system on the use permit area, so that'll be the area that's close to the residential, must be set back 300 feet from exterior property lines. As we discussed earlier, the setback on this portion that's being zoned general business can be decreased to 100 feet, and again, that's 100 feet from adjoining vacant parcels or commercially used properties. The county does require groundwater testing, so there'll have to be groundwater monitoring wells installed prior to construction of the solar energy system to get a baseline of testing data. After that point, there are annual reports that are required to be submitted to the planning staff so we can compare the baseline data with any additional contamination that may or may not occur as a result of the solar panels. And then finally, the county does require a performance guarantee for decommissioning, and that's in the form of a cash deposit, surety bond, or letter of credit, and it has to ensure decommissioning funds are available at an amount equal to 115 of the estimated decommissioning cost minus the salvage value. So that'll have to be in place before the project can move forward. In terms of the conditional zoning, staff has reviewed this request, and the technical review committee does recommend approval of this 15-acre or 16.4 acre change from GB to agricultural. Reason being is it's the track is currently underutilized. This allows some use of the property. In our economic development documents, the county's identified clusters, and one of those clusters of industry is alternative renewable energy, so this is consistent with some of our economic development policy. Again, and given the inventory of underutilized commercial land that exists in Grandy, we don't see that as an issue or inconsistent with the land use plan. The frontage of this property, the actual road frontage, still remains GB zoned. And with that, I can answer any questions the board has at this time on the conditional zoning application.
Mr. Woody, a question regarding Lower Currituck. If I'm not mistaken, aren't we currently in a, don't we have in place a study being done for Lower Currituck to see what type of businesses or what uses or what we could do with that? That's not been completed yet, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I was reading the consistency statement. It says it promotes a new and expanded industry that diversifies the local economy, trains and utilizes a more highly skilled labor force, and is compatible with the environmental quality of the county. That's policy ED1. How does this diversify our local economy?
I think in our economic development documents we have, again, the county's identified alternative energy as a economic or industry cluster that we're pursuing through those efforts. I think it takes a piece of land that's otherwise underutilized or not using and gives some type of use to it.
Well, I guess my next question, trains and utilizes a more highly skilled labor force. If I'm not mistaken, the labor force is not local people. The labor force comes from out of town, builds it, and leaves. Is that not true?
I can't answer where they hire the people, but to me it's similar to a subdivision in the event that a developer is going to bring in a group of contractors to build it. But the extent to which they will have to answer the extent to which they hire local contractors to do that construction work.
Okay, and what is the state tax policy on, and maybe someone other than you can answer this, with the solar array panels compared to everything else that is taxed in North Carolina?
There were tax incentives for the on the state side of things, but I believe those have sunsetted or are no longer applicable. From the local government standpoint, the local government can only tax the equipment, the personal property tax, at 20% of the actual tax of the actual value of the personal equipment. So there is a reduced tax rate that the county can apply to this equipment. at the local level.
Right, I understand you didn't
Yeah.
create that law, the state did, but I believe that the state rescinded all its incentives,
Correct.
but they still mandate the counties only charge 20 cents on the dollar
Correct.
for taxable value versus everybody else's dollar on the dollar.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Woody, I have a question in reference to, but I think it would be the applicant being able to answer it about stormwater ponds that are on there right now. Would that be something they should answer?
They have an engineer here that can probably answer that more artfully than I can. But I will say it's worth noting that the project as a whole, for the entirety of it, it does not have enough impervious surface that it falls under our stormwater manual requirements. So it isn't subject to the county's full-blown stormwater retention requirements. They will have to manage some stormwater through the state. But again, the engineer can probably more artfully answer some of the specifics on, because there will be some runoff, and obviously there'll be some ponds that'll be filled in. So I think they're better suited to answer how they're going to manage that impact from that grading.
Thank you.
I do have one question. Mr. Woody, when the Mid-County Bridge is constructed, what will its impact be to the businesses of Grandy?
I hope positive.
I would agree. Do we know to what extent?
We don't know.
So I guess the purpose of the question is that we really don't know what's going to happen with the Mid-County Bridge. We have every expectation to see the need for business to increase, positively impacting that area of business or zone commercial that we have in Grandy. I guess once you got it, and it's tough to go backwards sometimes. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Just as a point of clarification, correct me if I'm wrong, the tax incentive is directed towards the solar company and its array. The land on which it sits is taxed at its full ad valorem value. Is that correct? Is that my understanding?
I think it's correct, yeah.
All right. All right. Any other questions? All right.
One last question. The statement about the lack of, or the comment about impervious surfaces, we don't count the solar panels as an impervious surface?
We don't, because the ground beneath the panel, except for the bracketing, remains impervious. It's similar to, a good example is we don't count decks as impervious surface because water can flow underneath the deck and it infiltrate into the ground.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, I will ask the applicant to come forward. When you speak, if you would, identify yourself and your residence.
Good evening, members of the County Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. My name is Michael Fox. I'm an attorney representing the applicant, Ecoplexus. My office address is 100 North Green Street in Greensboro, North Carolina. We do have a PowerPoint presentation. Is that queued up, Ben?
I don't see it queued up, no.
And one question I had, Mr. Chairman, is do you have a time limit on your legislative rezonings?
We do not.
Okay.
We do not, and I have not imposed one at the inception of this.
As you may have heard from Ben, this is a somewhat unique circumstance in that we are having two different processes for essentially the same project. We will try our best not to be overly duplicative. One of the challenges is that in the second hearing, the quasi-judicial hearing, we have a requirement that we present certain legally sufficient evidence for the board to consider, and it has to be in the record in case anyone appealed it. So we kind of have to go through that part of it. And since your rezoning is first, we certainly want to give you the information to consider the rezoning. So you may hear some of our information twice, and I apologize in advance for that, but this is just the unusual nature of this. Are we working on our PowerPoint?
We are.
Okay, all right. Well, in the meantime, I will. I'm going to hand up some materials, if I may, and I'm going to introduce Nathan Rogers, who is with Egoplexus, and he is the developer of this project, and he can talk you through the background of the project. We also have, as Mr. Woody has indicated, we have a civil engineer who has done the site plan and the drainage issues. We have a solar engineer who can answer any kind of questions you have about solar farms, how they work, their safety, et cetera, the technology that's involved. And we also have an appraiser here, which his testimony is more relevant in the second part, but one of your statutory requirements is that there be a showing that there be no adverse impact to the adjoining properties, and that's what he will be addressing. So, Mr. Rogers, are you ready?
Mike, if you, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, if we give us just 1 minute here, there was, I guess, some miscommunication about the PowerPoint, but I do want the audience, everyone in attendance, to be able to see. So if you just bear with us momentarily, we are going to get a copy of that on the screen for everyone to view. Perhaps you'd like to maybe introduce the folks that are here with us.
Well, what I thought I would do with the chairman's consent, I have some materials I'd like to hand up to the board. May I do that while he's setting up the PowerPoint?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. While we're working on the PowerPoint, I'll walk you through what's in the booklet so you can be familiar with it. Tab 1 is a copy of the PowerPoint that we hope to be able to show you. I've had technological failures before, so that's why I always provide a copy. Tab 2 is a copy of the site plan, which, of course, that's in your package of materials that the county staff has already submitted to you. Tab 3 is a copy of the rezoning exhibit, and that's really the best picture of the 2 different parcels and processes, why we're doing that. Tab 4 is the biographical information and presentation from Mr. Tommy Cleveland, who is a licensed engineer and is a solar expert, and will talk to you about solar technology. Tab 5 is the resume of Kim Hamby, who is a licensed engineer and did the site work on this project and can answer questions for you about the site plan as well as any drainage issues. And tab 6 is the appraisal that Mr. Kirkland prepared for the special use hearing, as well as his resume and experience at the end. Are we ready?
I believe so.
All right. You can go ahead and click through be sure to introduce yourself and click through the introduction.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. It's good to be back here in Currituck County. It's always good to be back here in the beautiful county, especially when the weather is as nice as it is today. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Hopefully it'll be the last of them for the afternoon. And thank you to, of course, Mr. Woody for the general introduction to this somewhat complicated kind of dual rezoning and use permit matter that we are here to discuss this evening. And so just to go through the presentation real quickly, we already did introductions. We'll skip that. We're just going to look at the project kind of in a general sense. I will ask Kim Hamby to speak to the drainage and civil design aspect of it. We will then turn it over to Mr. Tommy Cleveland to discuss the technological underpinnings of the solar system and their health, safety, environmental aspects. Then Mr. Rich Kirkland will present his findings on the impact of impact on property values of solar facilities. And finally, I'll come back to talk about the community and economic benefits, and obviously close with any kind of questions that you all might have. So I won't dwell too much on the technology aspects of this facility. Most solar farms are basically, they're kind of comprised of three broad components. You have your solar photovoltaic panels that are affixed to the ground, fixed to a metal racking system. That metal racking system is affixed to the ground. In this case, using a helical kind of ground screw technology, which we have a picture of later on. into the presentation. You have inverters that take the direct current that the panels produce, turn into AC current, and you have transformers which take the voltage or the pressure of the system and step that up to meet that of the distribution voltage on the grid. And I know that there has been some ongoing concern about what type of panels are going to be specified in this project. Is it going to be crystalline silicon, or is it going to be what's called thin film technology, which typically involves a cadmium telluride substance? And in order to just kind of dispel any future concerns or questions over that, because I know there's a general preference for, we'll say, safety environmental aspects for crystalline silicon, we would like to offer as an additional condition in the event that the conditional rezoning and the use permit is approved, a condition stating that we, Ecoplexus, or whoever ends up building the facility, only can install crystalline silicon solar modules, so that you all and the public has absolute assurance going forward that will not change from what is discussed here this evening.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I believe we're here, the first agenda item is rezoning, not the special use permit. So I would like for the applicant to stick to the rezoning portion of your presentation for me, because the special use permit is the next agenda item.
Fair enough. Okay, duly noted. And so otherwise the facility is going to be 8 to 10 feet above grade at most, less than 1% total impervious surfaces, 300-foot setback from residences and residentially zoned parcels. And in terms of the Type D buffer yard, so this is something we'll look at the site plan. This doesn't pertain so much to the rezoning aspect, so perhaps we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it later. But suffice to say that for the area that we're asking for the conditional rezoning, that will be provisioned with a Type D buffer yard. And I do want to mention that the actual road frontage of this property, there are 2.2 acres that actually abut Currituck Highway, and those are not included in this request. That's going to serve temporarily as our staging area during construction. But over the long term, the landowner, his plan is to develop that into some type of a commercial use. So what we're asking to be rezoned is not actually the road frontage. And this is just a picture, just providing kind of a visual depiction of the kind of the three different areas in question. So the red without stripes being the area that we're not asking to, or excuse me, that will not be developed. The red with the stripes being the area that we're asking to be rezoned and that we do plan on developing. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Hamby to discuss the drainage and civil design of the project.
Good evening. I'm Kim Hamby with Eastern Carolina Engineering out of Camden, North Carolina. I know you've asked that this stick to the rezoning portion. However, I don't know that I can really separate those. What you're looking at right now is just a depiction of the existing ponds that are on the site. You can see them within the purple line that is the site boundary. And there are about 6.5 acres of ponds. What you also see are 2 blue lines that represent, they are actually called blue line ditches on quad maps. These are ditches that state and federal, such as Corps of Engineers, those agencies do look at those and consider those as primary drainage routes. These 2 drainage routes have been shown on quad maps that you can look historically back into the 1940s. So this site's kind of sitting in the middle of a drainage break. One outlet goes to the north, goes behind, it's routed behind the Food Lion site, then comes forward to the highway, under the highway, and out through one of the canals for, it's just north of, what is that there? I apologize. The Walnut Island development. The other leaves the site to the west. It does actually cross through a drainage easement on a residential lot. It's lot 4 of the Eva Mercer minor subdivision. That drainage goes under Grandy Road, out through a field, and actually goes into some ponds that appear to be old burrow pits before entering the swamp to the North River. Honestly, Mr. Fentress, who put together some information about the drainage for the development, has a good handle on it. We do not argue that our calculations show that this site does ultimately store about 12 million gallons of water, which is very similar to what he has stated in the past. But we do have provisions for dealing with that. On this slide, what we've shown is where there are a couple of smaller ponds to the western side of the development that will remain. Everything inside the fence line, of course, it will be leveled to some degree, not to provide a perfect drainage air scenario for the solar farm, because they don't require that the lot be perfectly crowned and runoff happen immediately. We will plan to take out the high spots that have been created as features for the golf course, and that material, very much of it, can be used to fill the ponds that are on the site. I said there were 6.5 acres of ponds. Well, we have over 20 acres of area between the required planted buffers and those 300-foot setbacks that are available to us to create new storage for the runoff. While the site does not fall within the requirements for the Currituck County Stormwater Manual for a reduction in runoff if the site were still wooded and undeveloped, we are still bound just by common engineering practices and county regulations to certainly do no harm to any of the residential properties. And I did see that the staff recommends that there be a condition placed that a preliminary drainage study be done before the site plan is approved. Ecoplexus is not at all opposed to that, and we feel very comfortable that the offset in storage loss can be regained in this area. In addition to regaining some storage, we also can likely provide some diversion for the properties that are on Uncle Graham Road that currently have no real defined drainage routing. So we are going to be a reduction in total impervious coverage. I know you questioned the panels before. The state does not consider them impervious. If you look at the one in Shawboro, there is grass starting to grow now under those panels. Because the water can reach it, it's not considered impervious. There's currently about 200,000 square feet of impervious area just in the cart paths on the site. The only impervious surface that will be contributed by this project will be some concrete pads for their equipment and a 20-foot gravel path for fire access. Again, we've got the 20 acres that will be used. We'll use a combination of wide, flat swales and some storage ponds. And they're going to augment the existing landscaping or provide landscaping where there currently are no landscape buffers, so that eventually the residents should not be able to see this site. And I'll be happy to answer any of the questions you have about the storage.
Ma'am,
Stormwater runoff.
did you do the engineering on the Shawboro facility?
On the Shawboro facility?
Yes, ma'am.
We went through the conditional use permit, but we did not engineer the site.
Okay. Are you familiar with that site at all?
I am.
Would you say that the drainage on this site is better or worse than what's at Shawboro?
It's very,
Considering that we're going to level out hills and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
the site itself, they're very different. The Shawboro site was farm field. It had parallel ditching and had a lot of available ditching within the site. I don't know much about the downstream there. We did not do much research because we didn't get that far with that project.
Okay.
The drainage on this site, the solar farm doesn't need it to be wonderful. So the point is to leave as much of it as we can natural, so that the low areas that currently hold water when it rains will be able to hold water when it rains, even when those solar panels are there. I'm not sure that exactly answers
No,
your
that's fine.
question.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Can you go back to page 6, 2 slides back? You have the ponds that are to the right in my screen, which would be, I guess, closer to Currituck Highway, 2 large ponds. Does the land to the right of that, closer to the highway, does that drain in any way, shape, or form towards those ponds? I mean, is it going to cause any problem if you fill those ponds in with the existing property around it?
No, sir. Currently, the drainage for the Carolina Club, Savannah Avenue, runs along the northern property line between the golf course and those residential lots, and intersects that drainage ditch as it doglegs to go behind the Food Lion site. We have been told that there's some DOT drainage that comes through here. We actually think that that's further to the south. Have not fully investigated that, but any drainage that comes onto the site will be collected and routed around the perimeter. We won't cut off any drainage, and we'll replace any storage that's lost.
And the existing hills that are there, when 30 years from now the solar farm is gone, you're going to take these hills and level them out?
No, we're going to do that now because the solar farm, it's not going to work real well when you've got, you know, a 6-foot mound. Basically, that material will be used to fill in the ponds. That's where it came from initially. And I've actually calculated that if we were to come in and cut all those hills off at an elevation of 11.5, which is the apparent storage elevation on this site when we have heavy rains, that could actually provide 4.5 feet of fill for every one of the ponds on the site. So there's a lot of material on site that came out of them that will go back into them.
So it'll be returning what's already there, so it'll be not having to bring in sand or something else?
Yes, sir. The goal is to bring in very little. Not only do we have that, so we don't know the exact depth of all the ponds. It varies. Some of them are deeper than others, especially the large one. But if we took the material out of those hills, we would have 4.5 feet of fill in each of those ponds. Plus, we're going to be doing additional excavation in that setback area that would provide additional material that could go for that fill.
Thank you.
Any other questions of this? Mr. Cleveland?
Thank you. Good evening. My name's Tommy Cleveland. I'm a professional licensed engineer here in North Carolina. I'm here as a private consulting engineer this evening, but my day job is at NC State University at the North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center, where I've been for over 10 years now working with solar technology in North Carolina. And what I want to talk about, or what I'll cover today, is solar technology in general, and also address any concerns about public health or safety or environmental impacts that could come from having this technology installed here at the site. The panels that are used, as we heard Mr. Rogers offer.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I believe this is part of the special use permit and is not relevant to the rezoning.
Could you speak to that?
In a rezoning like this, which is a conditional use rezoning for a specific use of a solar farm, we can present as much or little information as you would like. Certainly, the safety aspect of it might go to the question of whether or not it's in the public interest. So if your board clearly doesn't want to hear information on the, what the panels are made up of, we understand. We anticipate that's going to be a question, though, you're going to get raised from some of the neighbors, because at the last hearing that was a topic that was discussed extensively.
I'm sorry. What was that?
That would be then presented during the special use permission.
I guess, and maybe I can get some clarification from staff. One of the things that I have a question with is some of this is blended. Some of this is kind of in a gray area where it does speak directly to a special use permit, but it also has some ramifications or some applicability to this. I don't know really where the dividing line is in that gray area. If I could get some guidance from staff.
Again, it's up to the board to take whatever information in this legislative matter that it deems relevant and necessary for you to make a decision, and in particular to make the consistency statement findings that you will have to make.
All right. So how about this? If we have people from the public that come up and speak in opposition relative to specifics or particularities, we could give you rebuttal to speak to that. Otherwise, if we can stick specifically to the matters relevant to the rezoning, would that serve your purposes?
Certainly, and we want to be accommodating to you and make good use of your time. It's difficult for me to judge what in your mind relates to the question of is it in the public interest or not. And so that's why I'm trying to err on the side of presenting more information. But if the board is telling me that you know all of, I mean, that you've heard plenty about solar panels and how they work, and you'd just like us to rebut questions, we can certainly do that, if that's the pleasure.
Okay, and part of that, I said if the public come up, part of that would be if we have commissioners that ask specific questions that would be relevant to any of the specific information. You know, of course, in the use permit, that's more where you get into protecting the record and so
Absolutely.
forth.
Let me suggest something to see if this works for the board. Maybe Mr. Cleveland can give his conclusions, and then if you have particular questions, he can answer those, or if members of the public come up with particular questions you'd like him to answer, we can do that.
I think that will.
Well,
I think that will.
and I guess what I'm curious, I want to hear is what impelling information that's going to be presented for us to make a decision on the rezoning piece of this first. That's what I'd like to make sure is addressed.
Right. And
So I think if you give a summary conclusion, we can move right through this. And then any further, if you will, getting into it, we can, you can handle as a form of a rebuttal or an answer to a positive question.
yes, sir.
Yes, gladly. My conclusion is that this site and installing this technology here would not endanger the public health or safety or the environment on site or in the vicinity of this. There's not emissions coming from this system, and because this system is here producing electricity, it's reducing emissions from other power plants that are burning less natural gas or less coal. So you've got less emissions, less of a health or safety concern, and if it's not installed. And I'm glad to take questions now or later, however that comes up.
I guess since this is a rezoning, we can ask these questions. What specifically does this site do to benefit the residents of Grandy?
From health and safety, environmental point of view, it's reducing the amount of pollution by cutting back on the coal and natural gas burns at other power plants. And I have not looked at this site. I'm not sure how far away those other plants are. But there are multiple natural gas and coal plants in North Carolina that impact the environment.
Thank you, Tommy. I think your question, Commissioner, speaks to kind of the latter part of the presentation. So we will kind of jump to that. So the community and economic benefits. So first of all, this project produces electricity. Electricity is something that we all use on a day in, day out basis. It undergirds every single aspect of our modern civilization. We would not be sitting here right now without it. So as Mr. Cleveland spoke to, it has a direct impact on reducing emissions and reliance on non-renewable fuel sources. The EPA estimates that this project alone will result in the equivalent reduction of over 20,000 tons of CO2 annually, and an average amount of electricity for an average of 1,700 North Carolina homes. That's to say nothing of the cadmium, the mercury, the arsenic, the lead, the other radioactive materials that are emitted during the course of coal production. From an economic standpoint, this is an industry that has added between 2007 and 2014 $4.2 billion to the gross state product, 2.2 billion of that being secondary economic impacts, your energy savings, your supply chain, your labor. These are very significant numbers that we are talking about here. And locally,
Mr. Rogers, I'm sorry. you'll have to forgive us. We live in North Carolina. Could you slow down? Because you're rattling through the numbers really quickly.
I know. I'd be happy to.
So if you could rewind
Sure.
about 5 seconds of your talk and about 10 minutes of ours, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, fair enough. So I'll take even a further step back. So in 2000.
Okay, not that bad.
2012 or 13. I had to recall for a second there. The North Carolina renewable energy industry through NCCA commissioned a nonpartisan independent study conducted by RTI/LaCapra Associates to look at the economic impact of this industry starting in 2007 when most of these state policies were put into effect. At that point, concluding in 2012, and they updated again in 2014. And so these numbers that I have here are the big kind of conclusions. 4.2 billion added to the gross state product, 2.2 billion of that.
When you say gross state product, what are you referring to?
Essentially like the GDP, but for North Carolina.
In electric generation.
No, so the gross. So if you
I build a product and I sell it. I understand that, but how does a electric generation add to our states?
Add to the gross state product in terms of the economic activity that is associated with the sum of those developments has been essentially $4.2 billion of overall economic activity. And yes, a good portion of that, just to get out ahead of any questions, some of that goes to, we'll say, other states or other countries because unfortunately solar modules are not manufactured here in North Carolina. There is some racking that is manufactured here in North Carolina. Modules are not. But that's where I think the 2.195 billion number is even more relevant because that takes into account essentially the in-state spending numbers, not only your energy savings, but the components that are purchased locally, your supply chain.
What components are purchased locally, just out of curiosity?
So that's a good question. And so we're currently building a similarly sized farm, a 20-megawatt farm in Williamston. And so I was talking with our contractor, Vaughn Industries, who's built most of our 10 projects here in North Carolina. And they estimate that there's going to be $300,000 spent locally for equipment rental from local businesses, and then an additional $100,000 spent locally in small hardware consumables. I mean, it's nuts and bolts, so to speak.
Okay, can you tell me which equipment rental companies are in Currituck County?
I off the top of my head, I could not, but I do get emails. I do get emails frequently. I got an email from and so you have to define locally too. That is part of it. Is I get emails from folks in Virginia Beach asking about projects here. Right. So that is a challenge. If there's not something in the county, then we can't obviously draw from it. But
and I guess that's my concern, right? We talk about this local impact to our economy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and that local market is not Currituck County. And so I'll put it in a, there's a significant market, or there was potentially one in Camden County that had to do with hauling trash out of New Jersey, and they would haul it down and they'd dump it anyway. And so, yeah, that trash hauling had a huge economic, applicability to New Jersey as well as Camden County. But the point is, we are really concerned about what positive impact it will have on our economy, not Virginia Beach's, not, I don't know of an equipment rental company in Currituck. I think the closest one is either going to be in Chesapeake or it's going to be in Elizabeth City. I think United Rentals is there.
But it's hard to say that just because you're purchasing something from Elizabeth City or even Virginia Beach, is it not to say that there aren't people who perhaps work, that's where their business is, but they live here in Currituck, and so they're going to turn around and spend that.
That's
fair
possible.
Fair question. There's also going to be estimated $40,000 in fuel expenditures. That's obviously going to be local. And then what I estimate a very, very defensible low-end number of $100,000 in. Well, we'll take out hotel rooms because they already accounted for that. They actually said $400,000 in local room and board, but in food, water, beer.
Excuse me, Nathan. Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Could I ask for some courtesy?
Yes,
please.
Yes, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, the audience, please, we have
a long night.
professionals here who are doing the best they can to represent their clients and trying to bring this matter to this board for our deliberate consideration. Please let's show them the courtesy that I know that you have as good Currituckians for our people who are visiting here, who have they have an absolute right to present their case, and we have a absolute right to ask them questions, but that type of reaction doesn't necessarily provide any positive impact to either the deliberation and or certainly to the courtesy and hospitality that we should and are known for to extend to our visitors. So I would ask to try to keep that quiet or keep that down, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Of course, there's also the issue of taxes, which Commissioner O'Neill brought up earlier. This facility, if approved, is going to add roughly $26.5 million to the local tax base. And yes, under state law, only 20% of that can be taxed, but that is not the design or the fault of us or the facility or the industry at large. Those laws certainly have encouraged development here, but we did not, we found them that way. And it is still significantly, 20% of 26 million is significantly more than 20% of zero, as is there now, and the real property is taxed at a higher value as well. So,
if I could,
of course,
and I think what we have here is, and the questions we've had from at least two of the commissioners, is what impact does this have? And of course, there's definitions about what is local and its perspective. But I think what will facilitate the board is what does, because obviously we have people that are represented here that were from the community that have some issues with this. So I think what the question Commissioner Beaumont asked and Commissioner O'Neill is speaking to, how does this benefit Currituck, but also
the local
the trade-off on the impact perceived or real that the neighborhoods will have.
Absolutely. I think, one of the biggest questions, concerns, issues that I've heard continuously throughout the course of our two community meetings, the planning board meeting and now, is the issue of drainage. And I've heard consistently over and over from many different neighbors is that the existing drainage of the site is poor and that there are residents along Uncle Graham Road who receive flooding. And so we have a chance here to make that. We have a chance to make that better. Is that in no reality that I can possibly imagine do any of us want to make it worse. We want to leave the site better than we found it, and I do not want to be responsible for a project that increases the we'll say the suffering of anyone. But we have a chance to, in concrete fashion, to ensure that the drainage is left better than we found it. So that's an immediate kind of tangible impact. This is, of course, as Ben mentioned, at one point there was a rezoning effort to turn this site into residential zoning, and that was at the time turned down. Some might say now they would prefer residences over a solar farm. I don't know, but that being said, is a few things that are fairly sure and certain about solar farms, that they are quiet, unobtrusive neighbors that do not strain services or infrastructure and do not create traffic and do not have loud parties, do not throw garbage in your neighbor's yard. So it is a very stable, predictable land use for the next 30 years that goes above and beyond and kind of paying its fair share of local services and infrastructure. And from a logical standpoint...
Okay, since you got to pause.
All right.
Okay, you were talking about the drainage is going to be better than it is right now.
That's the goal. That is the goal.
Okay, so are you familiar with Shawborough site?
I am. I developed it. Yes, okay. But I didn't. But we didn't. We sold it prior to the engineering. So just full disclosure, I'm familiar with it to that degree.
So you weren't there last month?
No, I drove by it last month.
Okay, well, you didn't drive by my part. So anyway. How will the grounds be maintained on this facility?
The grounds will be maintained through a combination of human maintenance, And potentially, we're looking at sheep for our Williamston facility.
Okay, sorry. I don't care about Williamston. Let's talk about Grandy.
So that being said, that's kind of, we're looking as a test case to determine the efficacy, the kind of the practicality of using sheep. It's been done in other projects here in the state and also elsewhere in the country and in the world.
Had sheep.
Had sheep. Yeah, sheep. They don't climb. They graze.
Ever had sheep?
Oh, have I ever had sheep? I've not.
sorry.
I've not. I
have.
Thoughts on them?
Anyway, the dumbest animal on the earth.
Well, all we want is it just eats the grass.
Okay,
And
so if the sheep fail, what's the next?
human maintenance, in much the same way that the golf course is maintained now.
Except that we took away the hills, and you're still going to have low spots, as the engineer testified. There's going to be areas where water collects, and it's not going to drain. This is Currituck County. Here we wait for the water to evaporate because it sure isn't running off anywhere. And I would have to suggest to you a hill is going to drain better than some form of flat or marginally flat.
Well, and I will say, too, that we might not, it's kind of to be determined as to what leveling of the hills we necessarily need to do, because generally speaking, solar arrays, the newest technology can kind of follow the contours of the land relatively well. The question at this site, especially since there's kind of less acres than we might ideally want, is kind of optimizing the distance between one row to another in order to kind of minimize shading during the day. So whether or not we truly actually have to level out all the hills is kind of to be determined. We may not at the end at the end of the day.
You guys are trying to fill in ponds with the dirt that came out of the ponds. Here's the point I'm trying to bring up.
Okay, listening.
Water hangs out here forever.
Right.
And ask anybody around here, and they'll tell you that. Okay. We watch the water evaporate. And what you're setting up right now is some areas may drain, some areas aren't going to drain. And typically you're going to result, or you're going to, I mean, when I look at a golf course and I see the mowers that are out running around at a golf course, it's a big mower, right? Because the job is get it done and get up the road. In a solar farm, you're not going to be operating those types of mowers. You're going to have smaller equipment in all likelihood. You're going to create wet areas that your lawn equipment is not going to be able to operate in. And so you're going to wind up collecting water, and you're going to wind up developing basically mini wetlands throughout that. There's a risk, okay? And I'm not convinced that I've heard anything that's going to prevent that from happening. Now you're going to have people that are going to have to weed eat it and wade in or walk by or however they're going to do it. And, the other complication we have here is mosquitoes. And, I grew up in South Florida. I know mosquitoes. I live in Currituck County. It was the state bird. The problem will be, and I'm telling you straight up, the way this is sounding is a significant risk of unmanageable land that's going to have to be. I'm not convinced yet that the solution of drainage has been adequately addressed, and the way you're talking about maintaining it is going to increase its difficulty. And I'll tell you, Shawboro was scary in the back 40.
Well, of course, that's because it was under construction.
Understood.
There was no
Understood.
But what I'm hearing so far is that the only concern that would speak to if we can avoid any more water leaving the site than what leaves it currently. In fact, if we can reduce that, then what I'm hearing from you is the only concern of potential public safety is that of mosquitoes. Because frankly, whether or not the interior of the facility has some wet spots and somebody has to, put on their mud boots to deal with is not really a concern of anyone's other than ours and the person who has to deal with it.
We do have code in the UDO that limits the length or the height of grass.
Height of grass. Right, so presuming we can...
No matter what goes on the inside, as long as it meets the code.
As long as it meets the code, right, exactly.
And just to be clear, that's my concerns, not necessarily shared by the rest of the members of the board, who may have other safety concerns.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point.
Mr. Chairman, I want to get out of the weeds for a minute.
You guys are full of one-liners tonight.
You came before and presented the project in Shawboro.
Yes, sir.
And you did a good presentation. And I know that tonight you're going to do a good presentation. But you didn't develop the one in Shawboro. You got the approval and then you handed it off to someone else, correct?
At the engineering stage, yes, we did. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and then we've had another solar array come, and the common theme is jobs, and we're going to do this for the economy and this and that. And I've yet to meet anybody in Currituck County that got one of those jobs. It appears to me that the solar industry has contractors, preferred contractors that come in, because you even said hotels and motel rooms for lodging. So if you're bringing in, of course, we don't have a hotel, so whatever amount you put for Currituck isn't going to help Currituck any. Not that that's your job to try to help Currituck, but it does help us when you help us. But my point is 2 times I've sat here for a solar presentation, and one of the highlights was the jobs for the local economy. And both times they brought in crews from outside. Now I see you got up here skilled jobs for the regional workforce. Yeah, the regional workforce isn't Currituck County. And that's one of the questions I have is when the first one was done, it wasn't local jobs, and when the second one was done, it's not local jobs. I don't know where the local jobs are or how that adds to our economy. That's why I asked the question is, what does this do for Currituck County's economy? That's what that question was, and you've answered it. And that's there. It's not for Currituck's economy.
If I may, Commissioner O'Neill, there is a very direct benefit to Currituck County, and it is looking at the traditional way you look at the zoning of land. You want to try to get the highest and best use of any particular piece of property. Right now, you have a piece of property that's not being used at all. It's failed as a golf course. Back in 2007, obviously we weren't a part of that, but in 2007 somebody wanted to make it a housing subdivision, and that didn't fly. So now you have a piece of property that's sitting there that I would guarantee you it's undervalued in what you could be getting for it for real property taxes. And if you allow a solar farm to go in there, I guarantee you, I don't even know your property tax collector, but they will go in and they will revalue it and they will bump that value up. So you'll get a direct increase on the value of every square foot of dirt that's in that whole site. And that's 100%, and you will get that. Currituck County will get that directly to their bottom line budget. You'll also get 20% of $26.25 million, and that's money that this was not there before. So, think about how many other projects you have to approve to get that kind of return on a rezoning. You also, you're going to have the benefit with a solar farm, and Nathan alluded to this earlier. You're not going to have to build any new schools because you've allowed a solar farm there, like you might have to if you approve 8 more subdivisions. And you're not going to have to provide any kind of services to it. There's not, you can run the numbers on neighborhoods, how many police calls, fire calls, all those things that you as a government have to provide services for. This is virtually service free. So it is a good use for land that is sitting unused. It's unlikely that it's going to be converted back to farmland given, the situation of where it sits. It sounds like from what Mr. Woody was saying that you have a lot of available commercial land right now. And really, if you look at, this particular piece of property, there's not much value for it, being commercial that far off the road. You're going to fill in all your road front first. So I don't know how many years you're looking at before you might be able to do that with do something commercial with this. So that would be what I would argue to you is a direct benefit to Currituck County. You're improving and increasing your tax base with no cost to you from a county services perspective.
Mr. Fox, how much will our electricity go down because of this facility?
This particular project, there's no way to tell whether it would have any impact on your individual rate. That's decided in Raleigh at the Utilities Commission, on, a statewide basis from the utilities.
Are you aware of any historical cost associated with the inclusion of solar facilities and the infrastructure necessary to support those?
You want to address that?
Mr. Commissioner, if I might address that.
Sure.
So 2 points. In the study that I mentioned earlier, the RTI Le Capra Associates study, they address that. They estimate between 2008 and 2029 that the combined ratepayer savings from renewable energy development in the state will be $651 million. And the reason for that is primarily because the sun does not charge to shine. Almost all the costs are up front. There's no fuel costs, so the more solar you put on a grid, the more it insulates and acts as a hedge against the volatility in fossil fuel markets. Natural gas is cheap today. It's not cheap 2 years ago. Probably won't be cheap 2 years from now, since we've destroyed the industry in this country and taken all the rigs offline. And you mentioned the cost associated with actually hooking the facility up to the grid. Those are the upgrade costs that are discussed in the interconnection agreement, which any solar project has to have executed. And every penny of those is borne by the developers. Those are not charged to customers and thus rate-based. So essentially,
I have seen a contrary study that says that the cost of electricity actually goes up. And I think the average is 3.6% was the number that I saw.
I will say that there is a concerted effort underway in the state to stem the tide of solar development. So I don't doubt that there is a study out there, but I do know that if you think about it logically, that, as I said, the sun doesn't charge to shine. So your choices are, just think about it like this. In this country, we're regulating coal out of existence. The EPA's Clean Power Plan is going to, by 2030, shutter most of our existing coal plants. You can't build new nuclear because it's too expensive, too risky to insure. So that leaves you with natural gas, solar, and wind. And natural gas, there's a lot of states that are moving to outlaw fracking. It's an expensive technology. You need none of the fracking companies are making money right now. They're bleeding money because you need $3.50 per billion cubic feet to make it profitable. So we're left with very few choices for our electrical generation, and solar being the only viable one that doesn't have variable fuel costs associated with it over the long term.
Mr. Roger, would it be safe for me to say that North Carolina is one of the largest locations or destination points for solar energy development? Would it be safe to say that that's significantly aided by the state's requirement that a certain percentage of its energy be derived from renewables, i.e. solar and or wind?
That is a true statement, Mr. Commissioner.
And I think New York State is now, I think, coming as like number 2 or whatever. But I think we've gone back and forth about the efficacy or the competitiveness of solar energy. I would submit that it's because the state is requiring an artificial requirement, if you will. I'm not saying that's the only reason, but it's a significant driver that the state purchase power from renewables.
Up until the very recent past, when solar has experienced very significant cost declines, and now in some markets it is starting to compete on a purely cost basis. The utilities are starting to go out and procure solar or solar contracts outside of any renewable portfolio standards. But yes, heretofore, North Carolina in particular, the renewable portfolio standard, the 30% state tax credit, which was phased out at the end of last year, the 80% abatements, and also the 5 megawatt standard offer. So this is a larger project, but throughout the state, you're seeing a lot of these 40-acre solar projects that have gone up, and that's because the way the laws are set up is that if you can get your interconnection agreement and you can get your certificate of public convenience and necessity from the Utilities Commission, you can get a standard offer power purchase agreement with pre-disclosed rates, preset terms for up to a 5 megawatt project. So that combination of many would say forward-thinking policies is what has turned North Carolina to the powerhouse that it is. And now you have two racking manufacturers that have opened facilities in the western part of the state. You have Mr. Cleveland's center, the NC State Clean Energy Center, which has become one of the nation's leading research institutions. You have other engineering firms, consultants, that have located here to serve the industry. So I think you also, it is your job, obviously, to look after your fellow Currituckians and the members of the local community, but also to think about the state as a whole and how each of these developments in aggregates.
If I could
economy.
also address Mr. Beaumont's question about, I think you have to look at infrastructure projects a little differently in that you don't always expect an immediate return. You don't build a solar farm necessarily and see your electricity bill go down. Just like, transportation is like that. And you mentioned earlier your Mid-Currituck Bridge project, which I know more than a little bit about. I was privileged to serve on the State Board of Transportation for several years, and I visited this area when our board met down here and heard about that project, and it's certainly a very worthy project. But I would challenge any one of you to show me where it makes sense, dollars and cents. It doesn't. But it's an infrastructure project that's important to this community.
Could you run a, what was that question?
You can't, the number of people who will drive across it, you can't, under the formula that DOT uses, it doesn't jump up there as one that needs to be funded. But that doesn't mean it's not a good project that the community doesn't need.
I get your point. Your point's
Right.
taken. However, it's two different needs that are being addressed.
I
And it's
understand.
kind of apples and oranges relative to evacuation, safety, cutting down, making it more, the bridge, rather.
Exactly,
That making it more desirable tourist destination so that it protects and encourages our market as we go forward. So it's kind of.
So if it
apples.
was solar or nothing, that's what he's saying.
No, what I'm
have
saying.
solar and electricity, or we don't.
No, what I'm saying is
I understand.
there are often
I understand.
more reasons than just a monetary return for an infrastructure project. And while I was on the board, I was a very big supporter of your project for all the reasons that your chairman just mentioned, because it's important to your community for a lot of different reasons. But you can't always just point to a dollar figure return to justify an infrastructure project.
Understand.
And in many cases, solar is, if there were to be some issue with one of the power plants that provides power to this area, you have solar as something that's still feeding into the grid when that plant might be experiencing a maintenance.
So it will steal the Navy's power.
Pardon?
Mr. Chair, are we getting close to move on the zoning portion of this? Because it sounds like we're
No,
getting
we're-
into the
yeah, we're-
special projects presentation.
Well,
and let me just reiterate. I grew up in Grandy all my life. I played the golf course over there. I've seen many of those fairways flooded with water, and I've heard some concern that there's some DOT possible drainage that has not been possibly fully evaluated. But right now, I'd like to finish up with the zoning piece of this. If the board's ready to act on this, let's get this done, because everything I'm hearing now is on a special use when we don't even know if the zone's going to be approved or denied.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yes, if we could move forward in concluding the presentation relative to the rezoning.
I think we've hit all the high points, and so we will certainly sit down at this point and be available for any questions you may have.
All righty. I think where we are in this, if I haven't lost my place, is I've got the people that have signed up for the public hearing, and that's for this rezoning, not the project. I want to make sure that you understand the difference. This is for the matter before us now, that's the rezoning. I have a James Wersbeck.
Yeah, I'd like to wait my time, please,
Okay,
at this point.
very good, sir. And Mr. Escobar.
I need to do this.
Yes, Mr. Escobar, if you would state your name and your address before you begin your presentation, please, sir.
Okay, my name is Fidel Escobar. I live, I have a property at 214 Anchor Grant, and I bought this property. It's like 5 acres, and I have like 800 feet next to this project. They're gonna do it. I want to the rezoning. They say, I know it's like the zoning. It's a lot of residential around, and I don't know. They do a fence so high. It's like and it's a residential. You need to no more than 6 feet. It's gonna look like a jail fence out there. That's what I think. And the 300 feet is fine, but we got a pound there. I think it's gonna. And they feel 100 pounds, everything gonna go to our side or to our property, It's really flooding, and I don't know when they did that project, how everything goes. They got one dish, they did one dish and that never worked, And another thing is about it, I wanna concentrate in the zoning, and it's like, I don't know why they try to do this project. They look like investment, but it's a lot of residential there, and everybody is gonna be complaining. I wanna build my little cottage. I got my permit like a year ago, and I hold it because I say the value of the property go down because this. I built so many houses, but I hold it for this one. I want a retirement. Me and my fiance want a retirement there. We got a horse, and we got a donkey, and we got 2 goats right there. We don't know the solar power. I'm not a scientist, The solar power is going to affect the environmental, the animals, and everything out there in 30 years, I want a retirement there. I'm coming from the beach, All the tourists stay at the beach, and a lot of local people here, right there, come and live in there, and that's what I think. It's I want a retirement. I don't want to die with cancer or something like that. We don't know how much study about it, Another thing, I was representing my evidence. What is our side looking like? The Corps engineer, I don't know they did any study about it because the pounds, I think they handmade pounds, but they now open water. Over a period of time, they not consider. I think they cannot feel it out. I don't know exactly how that works, but nobody studied specific that,
Okay, so I think if I could maybe to help you out, you have questions about your quality of life, how it will affect your retirement neighborhood, maybe potential issues speaking to public health or what would that be?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, I think that's what I want to say. Thank you.
You, sir. All right, that exhausts the public comment portion for this. Is there?
If I could.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Briggs, my name is Charles Lawler, and I'm here on behalf of residents in the Goose Creek area that have purchased properties when it was a golf course.
Mr. Lawler, I'm sorry, but before you get started, your address, please.
Charles Lawler.
And your address?
And I'm from Norfolk, Virginia.
Thank you.
I am speaking on behalf of property owners in opposition to the application for the rezoning. I'm a North Carolina attorney, been practicing here for just shy of 40 years, born and raised in eastern North Carolina. And I can tell you, I'll echo what Mr. Commissioner Payment said. If you've lived in North Carolina, eastern North Carolina, any length of time, you know how wet it is. A high water table, floods a lot. Not unusual at all. We've lived with it over the years. But taking a property like Goose Creek Golf Course, which has already got a number of ponds on it, filling those ponds, and they're like retention ponds, that's going to be an issue. I'm going to try to focus just what I'm saying primarily with it, since the Echoplexus folks have taken a lot of time covering a lot of different things that go to the permit as well. I feel like I have to respond to that, but I want to focus on the rezoning. It's a downzoning. It's GB, and it was originally, I thought, 18 acres. Now I'm hearing 16.4 acres of land being downzoned to agriculture. In the area that is and I've heard several of you mention this because it's important to you in Currituck County, a full-service community, which means that it's, and this is what this is all about, it's a planning process. The Currituck Land Use Plan is just for that, to plan the future. And what was planned for the Grandy area is commercial and residential development alike, not a 30-year commitment to a static industrial use. And that's what this is. You can call it a solar farm. It's a power plant. It's static. There are a lot of static power plants, or power facilities. The high voltage lines, transmission lines that run through Currituck County are loaded with static electricity. That's an industrial, in a sense, use. This will be an industrial use. It's not compatible with the residential use around it. And to rezone 16.4 acres of land down to agriculture is totally incompatible with this plan for Grandy in the area. And I think it's when you take the 16.4 acres, add the golf course, add Carolina Club, and that area, you get the largest area in the county that has not, that's in this full service community that's not been developed. It needs to develop and it needs to be able. The real issue here is, what are we doing? Are you, you're committing a use for 30 years, and we really don't know where this use is going. It's got a government subsidy now. What's it going to have 10 or 15 years from now? We don't know. And to commit that type of property in the county, which is certainly the gem of Grandy, to a 30-year use of this nature is totally contrary to your plan. It's totally contrary to what you've been planning for this area. And it's going to hurt the economy, hurt the potential for Grandy, certainly, to grow, especially after the Mid-Currituck Bridge is completed. And it's going to be completed. I've been following that project for 10 or 15 years. It's coming to fruition. And I don't know how much traffic it's going to bring back and forth, but things are going to change. There's going to be a lot more commercial potential, especially in this corridor. And to take 16.4 acres and downzone it from GB to agriculture is incompatible. It also turns it into an industrial use, which again is incompatible with the residential use around it. You had people like Steve Fentress and like several of the other members of the audience here tonight that bought lots or houses, and I think back then it was lots, either anticipating a golf course or on the golf course. They had an investment expectation when they did that. And they rely upon you all, the county, to make sure that expectation is realized, because they should be able to depend upon planning. What was planned when they bought these lots X number of years ago, 15, 20 years ago. They should be able to depend upon that. Now this is a complete about-face of your existing planning, turning general business, which is a commercial use, obviously, into agriculture, but really for an industrial purpose. The policy, I'm reading now from policy ID 9, prohibits energy-producing facilities. Policy ID 2, industrial uses should not be located in areas that would diminish the desirability of existing and planned non-industrial development. Policy ED 1 that Commissioner O'Neill referred to, it will allow for economic development for Currituck County. New and expanding industries, businesses should be encouraged. This is going to create a static industrial use. There's not going to be any growth from it. I mean, good things could happen. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against solar power. But this is not what you want to do with property in your full-service community for 30 years. It's that simple. You don't want to do this. It's and in the outset, in the actual construction, we've heard from several people either working for a part of Echoplexus or hired to to make this presentation, engineers and whatnot. They don't know, as several of you pointed out, they don't know what's going to actually go on out there because Echoplexus stops with the engineering. They don't do the engineering. They don't do the building. The same thing is true in Shawbarra. And I'm sure all been by Shawbarra. It's totally different from this area. It doesn't have the residential development around it like this area does. The one house I saw there is owned by the owner of the land that leased it to Echoplex for this power plant. So that's completely different. The one in Moyock, huge facility, but again, it doesn't have the residential development existing, where people invested money based upon their expectations of what this county's planning was for the next so many years. That's what your land plan is all about. In Edenton, in the application that was made down there for a solar farm, it was defeated. And we have two gentlemen here that Dr. Eckerlin. Now, Dr. Eckerlin, most of what he would tell you you would think addresses the use permit. So I don't want to waste your time on that now, but he is the dean of solar energy in North Carolina. He started the program there in 1987. I'm not sure where Mr. Cleveland was back in 1987, but I doubt he was in NC State. This is the man that knows more about solar energy than anyone in North Carolina. He's here to tell you that this is not a good thing for Currituck County. We've got Dr. Heidegger here as well. We have several other people, including Steve Fentress, the property owner that bought a house and built a house right on the golf course that is going to be contiguous to a power plant. Static, mind you, but a power plant. And he wants to speak on this because he's got some 30-some years of construction experience. I haven't heard anyone up here on behalf of Echoplexus that really has any construction experience, so he wants to speak to that. Getting back to the rezoning, the county will lose this property for 30 years. It will not, the taxes you'll get will be it. If you deny this downzoning and deny the permit, you're going to allow this property, not just the 16.4 acres, but the 118 acres, to grow with the rest of the county with the potential. We're just getting out of the recession. There's some good things ahead. It hadn't happened, and this property is not being presently used, but to lock it up in this type of use, totally contrary to your land use plan, is not what you are charged to do as elected commissioners for Currituck County. I don't believe anyone else that would speak behind me would address the downzoning, the rezoning, but if you'd like to hear from them now, I would be happy to allow them to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
If you don't mind, can I say something? Just a minute?
I'm sorry.
Can I talk for just a minute, Mr. Griggs?
Sure.
My name is Gary Woodson. In North Carolina, I'm licensed as a general contractor as well as a broker. I felt like I heard a lot about the economics for the area, and I just have a small comment to make. My degree is also in accounting. I feel like I can speak a little bit towards, I've sold commercial property in Grandy, I've sold residential property in Grandy. I've likely built more spec homes in Grandy in the last 18 months than anybody. And our spec home building in Grandy actually has just started back since 2006. So a lot of conversations occurred from talking about 2007 in the last 7-8 years, but really our residential building stopped for a long time. When it came back around 2010, 2011. We went to Dare County first because that's where the recovery was first, the same back in 95 through that recovery. And then once that market started to come back, we then came to Currituck. Same thing happened this time. Lot values have doubled in the last 2 years in Dare County. So we came to Currituck and started building. And now we are out of lots in South Currituck. So the conversation that there's been about the economy really not doing anything with this land is really backward looking and really not thinking a lot about what's going to happen on the near term. It's not a long ways away. I think Mr. Woody said that there was 700 acres of commercial property in the corridor. But I think it's probably more accurate to say that that 18 acres is probably in the top 10 or 20% of that 700 acres. So the land that's going to go for development in Grandy is not really considering the 700 is accurate to that 16 acres that you're considering. And if you want, we can speak towards the economics, but essentially I think it's clear to everybody that the development of businesses along the corridor and the revenue it brings back into the local residents, and whether we're building houses on the back side or whether we're building commercial buildings on the front side, is really a revenue that's going to come back much more different than what the solar farm's going to do. Thank you very much. Oh, and one last thing, I'm sorry. Mr. Woody, do you recognize this document?
I don't from here, but my vision's got it.
I think it's a solar array document, and I'm not really sure who made it.
You can hand it to me and I can look at it.
I think that was produced during the work session, and somebody, I think in the county, might have earmarked property that was prime for solar arrays.
Correct.
And anyways, that document shows that it really doesn't make sense to put solar arrays along that area. Have you guys seen that? Okay. So it really doesn't fit.
Yes,
I mean, look, I'm like the attorney. I'm pro solar. I get it, but the other solar farms, they went to the other solar farms that have been built were put in property that was classified by Currituck County as either rural or conservation. There are no solar farms in full service areas, and the zoning of that area is really not indicative. I think Mr. Fox, I believe, is the attorney, said that it's probably not farmland. It's not agricultural, and to take that commercial property and move it backwards to agricultural to allow a solar plant go in there when it's really not fitting of agriculture in the first place doesn't really make sense. As a matter of fact, you guys only have 2 full service areas, that have high density residential that zone agricultural. That's Goose Creek Carolina Club and Mill Run Eagle Creek. There's 200 homes surrounding Mill Run Golf Course, yet it's zoned agricultural. That golf course is also not working right now. It's also zoned agricultural. It's also full service. So Echoplex could go up around and set themselves in the middle of those 200 homes also. So the concept of this working and moving backwards in zoning to accommodate a solar farm for the 3 areas that you've got high density residential around golf courses just doesn't make sense. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Woodson. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and await the board's pleasure.
Mr. Chairman, again, let me just comment. Again, growing up in Grandy, I've seen businesses come, go. We've had no really long-term sustainable businesses for the residents down there. And I just can't see how rezoning this and eliminate some potential growth for the future can be positive for that Grandy area. And based on that, I'm going to move to deny PB04 because the request is not consistent with land use plan due to the current ED study for the Lower Currituck has not been completed yet. And the rezoning is not in the best interest for our business growth in the Grandy area. And the request is not reasonable and not in the public interest due to some insecurity of the current drainage issues I still hear out there, and for any long-term potential employment growth for the Grandy area. That's my motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second that? We have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none opposition, the motion passes unanimously. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to exercise my prerogative because my mental acuity is only limited by my bladder's capacity. So I want to take I want to take a I want to take a 5-minute break, and please be back in 5 minutes. Call the meeting back to order. The next item under public hearing is PB 15-25 Grandy Solar Farm, request for a use permit for a solar array located along the north side of Uncle Graham Road, former Goose Creek Golf Course, tax map 108, parcel 95E, Poplar Branch Township. This is a use permit, so anyone wishing to provide testimony or speak to this matter, please come forward now for the purposes of being sworn. Upon being sworn, you can take your seat again.
Yeah.
If you would, everybody put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you and each of you swear the testimony you will give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Now, for the purposes of those here, Mr. Woody did an excellent job explaining the difference and speaking to the difference between the matter we just heard, which was a rezoning, which was not a special use permit, and what we were going to do now, which is a use permit. The conduct of this hearing will be significantly different than the last one. I'm going to request that our attorney, Mr. McCree, once again give us guidance, and this is more for the purpose of the audience so they understand why we will be doing things the way we're going to do them, and the relevancy of any of the information that we will receive. If you would, Mr. McCree.
Mr. Chairman, this is a use permit which refers to a situation in which a particular kind of use is permitted in a zoning district, not as a matter of right, but under ordinance provisions that allow the Board of Commissioners to issue a special use permit when the board makes specified findings. In addition to finding compliance with specific provisions of the Unified Development Ordinance, the board may affix other reasonable and appropriate conditions to the use permit for the protection of both neighboring properties and larger public interests. Pursuant to the Unified Development Ordinance, the Board of Commissioners must be able to find and conclude from evidence presented during this hearing the following: that the application is complete, that the proposed use of the applicant's property is among those listed in the table of permissible uses as a use permit, the conditions proposed meet or exceed the minimum requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance, the use will not endanger the public health or safety, the use will not injure the value of adjoining or abutting property and will be in harmony with the area in which it is located, the use will be in conformity with the land use plan or other officially adopted plan, and the use will not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities, including but not limited to schools, fire and rescue, law enforcement, and other county facilities. For the purposes of this hearing, the board sits as a quasi-judicial body. That means the Board of Commissioners is required to comply with procedural rules, much like those of a trial court, and to provide for the constitutional right to due process, such as sworn testimony of witnesses, no reliance upon hearsay testimony for a critical finding of fact, and the direct and cross-examination of witnesses. Accordingly, you've already sworn in those who intend to testify before this board, and only sworn testimony may be considered during the course of the hearing as you seek to make your decision. The board's findings must be supported by competent, material, and substantial evidence presented during the course of the hearing. Competent evidence is generally understood to mean that evidence which is legally admissible in a court of law. Pursuant to Section 168.393 of the North Carolina General Statutes, the requirement for competent evidence does not prevent reliance by the Board of Commissioners on evidence that would not be admissible in a court of law if the evidence is admitted without objection, or the evidence appears to be sufficiently trustworthy and is admitted under such circumstances that it is reasonable for the Board of Commissioners to rely upon it. As further provided by the statutes, competent evidence does not include the opinion testimony of lay witnesses as to any of the following. The use of property in a particular way would affect the value of other property. The increase in vehicular traffic resulting from a proposed development would pose a danger to the public safety. Matters about which only expert testimony would generally be admissible under rules of evidence applicable to trial courts. In addition, the board may not make a critical finding based solely on hearsay. Hearsay means a statement not made at the hearing that the proponent seeks to have admitted as evidence of the truth of the matter asserted in that statement. A witness or expert needs to be present so questions can be asked about the particulars of their statement. So, for example, you've had occasions where persons seek to present to you a petition or a letter written by someone else outside this hearing and who is not present, that they oppose or support a particular request. That would be hearsay, and because they're not here and cannot be subject to examination or cross-examination, would not be a statement that you should rely upon in making a critical finding of fact necessary for your decision. The process of some other points, first of all, is that there will be cross-examination of witnesses. We have some attorneys involved in this particular case. Cross-examination is not meant to intimidate or harass someone who is presenting information to the board, but to fully elicit and examine facts presented by a witness to the end of providing this board with the best evidence available. There also may be some objections made during the course of a witness's statement to the board, and again, a witness should not feel like they're being attacked, but rather understand that there is a record being made in case this matter proceeds to the Superior Court, and it's necessary for the attorneys and other parties in this matter to make sure that they preserve for review of a Superior Court their objections to certain evidence which may be attempted to be admitted in the course of this proceeding. As set forth by Unified Development Ordinance, and we already saw in the first case this evening, the process will proceed in the following manner. Planning staff will present its review and case analysis. The applicant will then present its case. The represented opposition may present its case following that. Public testimony will then be presented or received by the Board of Commissioners, followed by rebuttal by the applicant, limited to scope of issues raised by any opponents to the application, followed finally by any surrebuttal by an opposition to the application, limited in scope to issues raised during the rebuttal. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. All right. I want to open the public hearing, and the first thing I'm going to do, because as you've just heard, the county attorney has instructed us as the board sitting in a quasi-judicial hearing that we're only supposed to deliberate on that information evidence that is presented to us during the course of the open hearing that I've just now opened.
Mr. Chairman, before you get started, I need to disclose that
Well, just 1 second, if you would. Because of that, I'm going to ask if any of the board members have had any conversations, sometimes referred to or referred to as ex parte communication, with either the applicant's representatives, or any of the people that are represented by the opposition. And I'll begin with Commissioner Beaumont.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I must admit that I have had conversations by constituents that are concerned about this issue. I do not feel in any manner that it would sway my opinion one way or the other based upon those discussions.
Okay.
I, too, have also had either conversations or emails that I've received, but I do not believe it would sway my ability to give a fair and impartial ruling.
Commissioner Gilbert.
in addition to, I've received letters and had conversations, but it will not make my ability to make a fair and impartial decision on this matter.
I as well will disclose that I've had some conversations and some letters and received a letter from the, I believe, the owner of this property, because he could not be here, but expressed his concerns and desires to move forward with this.
Will
But
that
it
have
will not
any-
impede my decision-making on this one way or the other.
Mr. Chairman, I also received a letter from the property owner this weekend, and when I saw what it was about, I set it aside and did not read it.
All right. Do you think all right, is there any commissioner sitting here this night that has any concern that they will not be able to deliberate in a fair manner and render a decision based on the information wholly that is provided tonight going forward during the course of this hearing? Hearing none, we will move forward. I will say that I did receive a letter from the owner of the property. I knew this was a scheduled use permit. I did not open it. I turned it over to the county attorney, and I have had no communications either electronically or verbally with anyone that would have any impact or affect my ability to render a fair and unbiased decision going forward. With that, Mr. Woody.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of brevity, I will be extremely brief. The information I provided in the last staff presentation is very similar to that is included in the staff report you've already reviewed related to this land use case. The staff report, of course, is incorporated in the staff's recommendation and in my reference, so I'm not going to reread all that. I do want to add a couple of things. Number one is this is a use permit, so the technical review committee or staff's job is to evaluate this proposal based on the requirements of the UDO or Unified Development Ordinance. The staff has reviewed this application, and the application as proposed in site plan is consistent with the requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance. Therefore, the Technical Review Committee recommends approval of the application. Your job tonight, as Mr. McCree alluded to, is to give consideration to the 4 findings that are required for a use permit. In the staff report, you can find the applicant's suggested findings they've proposed. You'll hear testimony tonight for and against those findings. That'll be what you'll have to work through tonight during the public hearing process. The other thing I want to add is that the Planning Board did consider this request. The Planning Board did also recommend approval of the use permit subject to conditions. As the Board is aware, in the use permit you can add conditions of approval if they're reasonable and related to the project. The Planning Board recommended 2 conditions be added to the use permit should it be issued. One is that Uncle Graham Road shall not be used for construction and heavy equipment traffic, but may be used as a primary access to the site once construction is complete. Currituck Highway is to be used for the construction and heavy equipment traffic. And number 2 is the system should be anchored to sustain 120 mile per hour winds as called for in the building code. And staff would concur with those 2 conditions given in the Planning Board recommendation. And with that, I can answer any questions you have.
If I could, just one moment, and I am remiss if the people here in opposition to this use permit, if their attorney would like to come up, we've provided this, and I'm sorry I didn't point it out. I'm remiss in that oversight, but I think that'll probably facilitate your ability to observe, and you don't have to sit with the papers in your lap or whatever. And if you need anyone else that you need to have up there with you, you're certainly welcome to have them as well, sir.
Thank you.
All righty. Any questions from? Do you have any further, Mr. Woody, or you're at the point now?
I'm at the point where I'm prepared to conclude. I did want to say one thing. This is a 101-acre parcel for a use permit. It is separate and apart from what you just decided. And on the aerial photograph, you can see the subject property. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, and your presentation with the TRC's recommendation and the packet that we have before us will be part of this.
Correct.
Your presentation to us.
Yes, correct. Staff is submitting that as our presentation.
All righty. Any questions from any of the commissioners? Hearing none, I will ask the applicant to begin the presentation, case in chief of his presentation.
Do we have the PowerPoint up again?
Members of the Board of Commissioners, my name is Michael Fox. I'm an attorney representing the applicant Ecoplexus. My address is 100 North Green Street, Greensboro, North Carolina. Thank you for having us tonight and considering this request. I would ask as a preliminary note that you accept into evidence all the materials the staff has provided to you, their report, as well as our application.
Yes, sir. So noted.
Also, I have handed you a copy of some presentation materials which were referenced in our earlier hearing. I would ask, and I provided a copy of that to counsel for the neighbors, I would ask that these also be admitted into evidence of the hearing.
So noted.
Thank you. While trying not to be too duplicative, we do have a legal requirement that we present sufficient evidence for you. So I'm going to apologize in advance that we're going to have some duplication. Again, just going through the booklet, most of what is included in the booklet is in the PowerPoint, with the exception of the tab 6, the actual appraisal that Mr. Kirkland did, and that was provided as part of the application. So you have a copy of that, and that was available to the public as a part of the staff report. The only other piece of information in this booklet that is new from the application or the PowerPoint is tab 5, which is Ms. Hamby's professional resume to show her expertise in engineering. I'm going to introduce once again our witnesses tonight. Nathan Rogers with Ecoplexus is the company representative. He's going to speak to you about the project overall, the general design, and the benefits to the community. Tommy Cleveland is a licensed engineer here in North Carolina. I would ask that you accept his, he can talk you through his background and experience, but his resume is behind tab 4, and I would ask that he be accepted as an expert in solar engineering and power at the time that he speaks. Rich Kirkland, his materials are behind tab 6. He is a licensed appraiser in North Carolina who has looked at close to 200 solar farms in regards to the question of whether or not they are compatible with adjoining properties, and also whether or not there is any injury to the value of the adjoining properties. I would also ask at the time that he goes through his experience that you accept him as an expert in appraisals related to solar farms. And finally, Ms. Kim Hamby, who is a licensed engineer here in North Carolina with Eastern Carolina Engineering, and she has done a lot of the site work on this, and as you may recall from earlier, has looked at the drainage issue significantly. So I would also ask that you consider her experience and deem her an expert in those areas. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Rogers to talk about the project overview, and if you have particular questions, feel free to interrupt us, or if you want to wait till the end, we would be happy to answer questions then too.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mike, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. Mr. Woody, appreciate the introduction to the project. I just maybe to give a little bit of overview about Ecoplexus and correct a factual inaccuracy that was presented during the previous matter. So Ecoplexus is a developer that's been around since 2008 during our founding. We've built over 50 projects in 5 states, I believe, and we are currently constructing our 10th here in North Carolina. Most renewable energy developers kind of have different aspects of their business model, and ours is no different, which is to say that we, in addition to being a developer, are also a long-term independent power producer, which is to say that we are an owner and operator of solar generation facilities. We also do develop, build, and construct, and then sell some of those at commercial operation. And then others we sell, such as the Shawboro project, prior to construction, and let other entities handle that. You do have to feed the beast, as I like to call it. So this facility, it is still to be determined as to kind of which model that will fall under, though it has been slated into our own build schedule for 2016. So the This facility will, in light of the rezoning denial, will shrink a bit. Will probably turn into something around kind of a 12 megawatt facility encompassing roughly 50 acres, opposed to 67 that was originally intended to encompass. So, and I wanted to just kind of remind everyone once again, because I'm sure that the question will come up in terms of the panel technology and what's going to be specified here versus what will be installed. Once again, I would like to reiterate that we are happily willing to accept an additional condition levied upon the facility, requiring that we or whoever goes to build it only install crystalline silicon panels and no cadmium telluride or other such thin film technologies.
Hang on, let me see if they accept that. Would the board accept that additional condition?
Yeah. Yes.
That would be a part of a motion.
Yes. I mean, if it's proffered as part of a motion, yes. I'm assuming that we're speaking to what is the most desired of the materials of the panels that you spoke to earlier.
That is correct. The crystalline silicon is generally considered to be the most environmentally benign of all solar panel technologies. The concerns presented in previous meetings, planning board meetings, and at community meetings were in reference to thin film technologies, and I expect most of what you'll hear tonight in terms of the ostensible concerns over safety of solar panels will be related to thin film technology.
And of course, yes, we would entertain that motion barring any subsequent testimony that is presented that is contrary to that best interest.
Right. We perceive this condition as being a limiting factor on our development. In other words, we're limiting the type of panel that we can use. So it is more limited than the application that we submitted to you. And different boards that I've been in front of handle it different ways. Many boards, when a condition is offered by an applicant, will go ahead and vote on and decide whether or not to allow that condition to be added. Sometimes that they do that because at the end, when after you've heard an hour or 2 hours worth of testimony, that slips your mind and you get to the point where you get a project and you don't have all the conditions in. But however your board chooses to do it is perfectly fine with us. We wanted to offer it up front.
Okay. Traditionally, what we do is we make it the different conditions that either come up that are offered by the applicant or that the commissioners, through hearing the testimony, determined to add. We do that in the form of the motion.
Certainly.
Going forward.
Okay. So that'd be certainly acceptable to us.
Excellent. So moving on, so the facility, as stated before, roughly 8 to 10 feet height above grade. Kim will talk a little more about as it relates to the next bullet point, the drainage. Lots of discussions and concerns over that, and suffice to say at this point that we have more than enough room available to us on site, especially now in light of the denial of the rezoning, to make up for the 6.5 acres of ponds. Now we'll have somewhere in the order of 36 acres of land to work with in designing retention ponds and other drainage elements that will mitigate any concerns by neighboring properties. And so the setbacks, as you all know, the recently adopted setbacks are 300 feet, basically uniform setback. And this is kind of a good time to look at the site plan. So the nice thing about, from our perspective, and I think from everyone else's as well, the public and the boards, is that the 300-foot setbacks should, I can't state this kind of unequivocally, but should allow us to keep the vast majority of the perimeter trees that encircle almost the entirety of the facility. There are 3 or 4 lots on, unfortunately I can't point to this, but it's on the kind of the northwestern portion of the site that do have a direct line of sight onto it. But otherwise, this site is, largely speaking, it's invisible to anyone else. And so our intent, we're going to do ample shading analysis throughout the perimeter of the site and make every effort to keep all those existing trees. And the reason being because it's a natural buffer. It's already makes the site largely invisible. And there's no point in tearing down trees to go and replace them with other ones. That doesn't, from an economic standpoint, doesn't make a great deal of sense. So that is our goal, is to keep as many of those trees as possible, and then augment and fill in the blanks where needed to make sure that we are complying with the Type D opaque buffer requirement. And so, with that, I will turn it back over to Ms. Hamby to discuss drainage matters.
Again, good evening. I am Kim Hamby. I'm a professional engineer in the state of North Carolina, and my concentration is water resources. As we discussed before, there are 2 drainage outlets for this site. This site is at the top end of the drainage area that splits and goes both ways. This area doesn't receive runoff because it's directed to us as an outlet, but because it is lower land and has some lower areas that by default, when the ditches back up and everything is full, it comes onto this site. There is some DOT water that we understand crosses through this site. We have not done a detailed study at this time because that is something that would be done as part of the complete site plan design that would be reviewed by the technical review committee. At this point, we have looked at what's available and we've talked about concepts. The ponds on the site right now maintain a normal pool elevation of about a 9.5 to a 9.75. We recorded these elevations over multiple dates on site mostly during March and April of last year. We did go back out there after one rain in April and recorded elevations closer to the 11 range. The top of bank of most of the ponds, there are some places where they hit 12, but for the most part the banks are in the 10.5 to 11 range. The average grade ranges from about 10.5 to 11.5. The greens are elevated to about a 12. When we analyze the drainage, part of what we do is we look back through old aerial photography, and you can see debris lines where the area has flooded after heavy rains and just mowed grass, anything that was in the ponds has washed up. All of that shows us that the water currently ponds on this site to an elevation of about 11.5. That really corresponds to what Mr. Fentress has reported in his previous letters, stating that the greens stay above, but most of the course goes underwater. We understand that. Our primary concern is making sure that we don't allow water to leave this site rapidly to impact the adjacent property owners, and that we still provide the storage that has been created by the golf course. If this were a residential subdivision, everybody wants water away from their homes as quickly as possible. The solar panels don't care. As Nathan said, maybe somebody has to get out there with a weed eater and rubber boots from time to time, but we don't intend to create wetlands either. Positive drainage will be provided from low areas, but it'll be done in a manner that will allow that water to drain off of the solar farm site slowly after the rest of the drainage has been relieved over some period of time after a rainfall event. The state generally likes for us to look at what happens in a 2 to 5 day range after a rainfall event. And the goal with a situation like this would be to create drainage around the perimeter that would at least equate to and somewhat surpass the drainage that's lost on the site by the filling of the ponds. The filling of the ponds is only going to impact that elevation between the normal pool level and the top of bank, though. We don't intend to come in and fill every little depression where the elevation might be 10.5 to 11, where that water currently stores. As Nathan said, now we have more space to do this in, and actually the larger ponds that are up behind the commercial property are substantially within that area that was just denied rezoning. So a lot of that fill-in would go away. But there were complaints about how many trucks would be bringing fill to the site to fill these ponds. I think we have evidence from our topographic survey that there is sufficient material on site to do a large portion of that filling, and excavation of additional drainage around the perimeter would add to that to alleviate some of that concern. Until...
Quick question.
Sure.
What, and maybe you're not going to be prepared to answer this, but I have some experience in filling low spots. What's the proposed, and I don't know, maybe this is for Mr. Woody, you have to dewater a pond before you can backfill a pond, otherwise it just really becomes a circus. Is part of the engineering with the site, Mr. Woody, going to be their dewatering plan? Because that, all of the millions of gallons of water currently stored in whatever all those ponds, that water is going somewhere. When you can't just dump dirt in a hole, it will overflow and it completely becomes a quagmire.
At this point, the staff hasn't seen engineering plans, so I'm not really sure how to answer that. I don't know if Ms. Hamby has something in mind, perhaps.
I can. Actually, from an erosion control standpoint, we would not be allowed to just pump it out anywhere. The way this would be required to be phased by state erosion control rules would be that, for the most part, the new drainage we would install would have to be built prior to a lot of that work taking place, because the erosion control and storage of the water that is pumped out of that and as that work is being done would all be controlled in that new drainage. The state very strictly regulates how water like that is discharged. Some of the proposed basins would be equipped with skimmers that allow the water to be removed at a slow rate from the surface instead of allowing the muddy water that's being pumped out of these ponds to leave the site. That's very much regulated by the state, and we would have a detailed plan on that.
I guess my question is, you had provided a statement earlier. How much water is stored or retained in those ponds right now?
No, the number I gave you is the storage available for stormwater. I don't know the actual depths of the ponds. It would have to be done at a rate that would allow it to be released slowly for that purpose, though.
Okay. Ballpark. I thought you mentioned a number earlier.
No, the number I mentioned...
The storage capacity.
Well, we looked at the fact that we would generate enough fill to fill in 4.5 feet of pond. If that's about how much water we're in each pond, we're looking at about 48,000 cubic yards of material.
Okay.
But that includes the very large pond up front.
But you agree, once drainage is involved and... Okay, in Currituck County, you know, there's only certain ways or certain places water travels, right?
And it doesn't go anywhere fast.
Right. And so, you know, whatever system that is currently exists, drainage ditches, wherever it's flowing out to the swamp, understand, you're going to be adding, you're going to pump out of the ponds, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that water is going to have to go somewhere,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
But it will go into temporary sediment basins for collection until it can leave the site at a slow rate. We're not allowed to discharge through anything other than, I don't know if you've ever seen these floating skimmer devices. We're going to have orifices that are somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 or 4 inches that water's going to have to discharge through, so that'll be done very slowly. And it certainly would not be done during heavy rainfall events. It wouldn't be possible.
So as long as the weather cooperates.
Well, they can't accomplish anything with the heavy rainfall. At that point, those kind of operations would be ceased until
Okay.
they could get back on
I just know what it takes to backfill a hole.
Yep.
And it is an absolute, it's a challenge.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not necessarily going to be easy.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
But we have more than enough land to do that in a variety of ways. But until we pin down every bit of off-site connectivity, which is something we would be hired to do once this process is approved.
Okay.
That would be reviewed. It would be put into a detailed drainage study that will be presented to the TRC and reviewed by the county's engineers and Soil and Water Conservation, as well as I have a hard time calling it DEQ, but what was DENR?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And of course, we've already discussed the fact that this does not fall under the county stormwater manual, and that is strictly because we are not producing the impervious coverage to trigger that requirement. The county's requirement is development that increases impervious coverage by 5,000 square feet. By less than 5,000 square feet is exempt, or resulting in less than 10% lot coverage, and we're talking about approximately 1% lot coverage and a reduction based on the cart paths that are currently there, which are all paved or concreted. And the landscaping would also be worked into the civil design, and we will be retaining as much as possible. They will be doing a shade study, but especially to the north side. Actually, there's a pretty good cluster of county-identified heritage trees kind of to the northwest corner of the site that would be protected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. So our next presenter will be Mr. Tommy Cleveland. Welcome him back to the podium.
Thank you. Good evening again, Board. My name's Tommy Cleveland. I'm a professional engineer here in North Carolina. My day job is at NC State, North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center there at NC State, where I got mechanical engineering degrees and have since worked at that center with solar energy, focusing here in North Carolina. And part of my job currently is, one of my projects I'm working on is working with the North Carolina Cooperative Extension Group to put together some fact sheets for the state, dealing with a lot of the topics that we're talking about here today, because this is a topic I've been working with now for several years. So I've been asked to play a large role in putting together some of those fact sheets. And what I've got planned to talk about today is the technology to be put in this site as a way to talk through possible concerns by showing what's there, what's not there, and how it functions. The panels or modules to be installed at the site, as we've heard, the offer will be limited to crystalline silicon modules. The bulk of the mass here is aluminum frame and a tempered glass cover. It's a very durable product. There's many manufacturers that make a very similar product. They have chosen the manufacturer plan for this. I'll show a slide on that in just a moment. But these products are very durable. They come with a 25-year power production warranty. The same general technology has been in the field for well over 25 years, which is why these firms are able to give that warranty, because they trust the technology. They know what it does over that long period of time. So there's not going to be surprises out in the field after a year or 20 or 30 years, because the technology's been in existence that long. It just hasn't been cheap enough to build large numbers of them until fairly recently. The working parts of this is a silicon-based cell where it's nearly entirely silicon, which is refined from quartz sand. So a very non-toxic material. There's a tiny bit of boron and phosphorus that go into this to make it a functioning silicon cell, both of which are very benign, non-toxic components. This is the data sheet for the module or the panel that's been selected for this project. A very well-respected manufacturer, Hanwha Q-Cells. Q-Cells is a German company that developed the cell technology, one of the largest manufacturers of the actual solar cell. So it's UL listed as required by any solar panel being installed, but it also has additional quality awards, quality certifications that not only test one product, but also continually coming off the product line. They're required to do, in some cases, daily or monthly tests. So it's a very high quality.
So
module.
where would these cells be manufactured?
I thought Nathan was going to.
They manufacture in Europe. I believe they have a manufacturing facility in. It's a Korean company, so I believe one in Korea. And I want to say the other one is somewhere in Southeast Asia. I don't know where. I don't know exactly which facility produces which line of modules, however.
But it's not the largest, but one of the larger module manufacturers in the world. The racking plan for the project. Steel racking is a product that's been used on multiple projects across North Carolina as well as across the country. It's a galvanized steel product. This is a little more information on the specific product plan for this site. It can be engineered to withstand loads, wind load up to 150 miles an hour. So at this site, it'll be engineered to at least 120 miles per hour. It's got a 20-year warranty and is an American-made product.
Is there an issue with a 20-year warranty on a 30-year solar farm?
There's not. The expected life is much longer than the warranty. It's I mean, it's galvanized steel. There's a long history of galvanized steel in the ground supporting structural components. Understood to have a much longer life than that.
It's a bankable, considered a bankable product by all investors.
To give a little evidence of a case study of what happens when a hurricane hits solar sites, we had that happen with Hurricane Sandy in the Northeast. In the Northeast, there's a lot more rooftop systems than ground-mounted systems, and very small percentage of those panels were damaged, including some sites right on the water, right as the storm hit, right as it approached the land. So lots of evidence out there that this engineering showing it can handle high wind speeds. It can safely handle high wind speeds. The other couple of components for the project beyond the panels themselves, there's combiner boxes that are really simply junction boxes to bring together the wiring from the panels before they go into the inverters. The inverters convert the DC electricity to the grid-synced AC electricity. They have UL listings. They have no toxic materials in them. The output from them go to a transformer. You can see the green box here to step the voltage up to the local distribution voltage. These modern transformers no longer use the environmentally problematic oils that years ago transformers used. They use a biodegradable mineral or vegetable oil in the modern transformers, both here at solar projects as well as other transformers in the utility industry. So this is a typical pad. This shows two inverters and a transformer. But this is the type of equipment that will be at the site. And it's at these transformers, between the inverters and the transformers, where you have the most amount of electromagnetic fields coming off of the project anywhere, often just termed radiation or EMF. You've got a fair high amount of current going in that short line between the inverter and the transformer, which generates these EMF fields. But those fields don't travel very far away. Even if you're standing right beside them, they're below occupational hazard levels set by international group. So safe for workers to be right there at them. But by the time you get 100 to 150 feet away, those fields have diminished to nothing more than was there before the solar farm was there, just a background level out in the environment. So the way these are situated inside the perimeter of the sites, just by the time you get to the fence perimeter, these are generally far enough inside you wouldn't be able to read any of this EMF radiation. At this site, with the additional 300-foot setback, you've got a huge margin of safety before you've got a chance for EMF reaching anyone else. So some concluding bullet points here. We've seen lots and lots of solar of this variety installed across North Carolina, the U.S., other parts in the world, with really a lot of backing behind a wide range of groups, business, environmental, and others that have looked into the technology and trusted technology, aren't fearful of health or safety impacts. We've seen EPA has a large headquarters in RTP area, and they were an early adopter of solar, 2 times expanding a system they put right on the roof of their building, right above their employees. Some of their executives have got solar right above their heads.
That explains everything.
It's not. Yeah. Right. And as I mentioned earlier, there's no site emissions, and this is producing power that's offsetting power generation from polluting generators. So we are reducing the amount of lead and mercury and nitrous oxides, SOx, put into the atmosphere. A lot of pollutants that are going in the atmosphere from other types of electricity generation that we're avoiding by this system being in place. And there's nothing emitted from it, electromagnetic waves or materials that would cause any health or safety problems for anybody in the vicinity. And so it's my professional opinion that there's no health or safety impact or negative impact from this system.
Sir, you quoted, and I can't, and I should have written it down. You were referring to the cooperative extension. What are you doing with them?
Putting together, or helping them put together some fact sheets. Our center and that group has come together to put together some solar fact sheets for the state of North Carolina.
Are you aware of the letter that the cooperative extension put out about the adverse impact of solar facilities and the land that they're placed on?
Yes, I believe that was just one professor, not the center itself.
Okay, and so how
yes,
would you address his concerns about the damage done to the land, actually, the ground underneath?
Yeah, as I understand his concerns, there's several. There's one of herbicides use, which is common in at both agriculture. I'd imagine at golf courses as well. I mean, it's herbicides are commonly used anytime you're maintaining or growing some kind of vegetation. There is soil compaction, which you will have some soil compaction certainly during construction and on the roads, but you also have that with large tractors going through agricultural fields or use at a golf course.
Okay.
So the conclusion.
And you're an engineer.
I'm an
right?
engineer, so
Okay.
I think of it from an engineering point of view, not an
So
agricultural.
you're talking about soil compaction. So let's talk about soil compaction.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the difference between an ag tire and a turf tire is?
No.
Okay. Turf tires, which are used by golf courses, are low ground pressure. Hence, they cause minimal soil compaction. The very nature of farming is you don't farm on concrete. So as they farm, yes, tractors cause compaction, but that's why they use tillers and discs to turn that soil into something that is functional.
Sure, understood.
So let me ask you, how are we going to, is there or will there be the use of herbicides on this piece of property?
Yeah, I can't speak to the plans for this property, but I think Mr. Rogers can.
It's possible. Is that a fair answer?
Sure.
But I mean, let's be real here. Can anyone in this room raise their hand and say they've not ever applied some sort of herbicide to their garden or their farm? Or I mean, as Mr. Cleveland said, unfortunately,
The record shows several hands went up in the back.
Good. I applaud those people. No, truly. But I mean, unfortunately, these, it is a common. My preference, personally, as an environmentalist, is for no herbicides. And but I cannot say to you definitively that for the next 30 years there's never going to be any herbicides. That would be foolish of me, and it would be a lie. And I'm bound to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So there might be.
Well, we did have another facility that claimed that they were going to do that, and
They were not. Well, that's. I applaud them if they can successfully pull off that.
And maybe I should clarify that I'm not working on the agricultural impact portion of those facts. I'm working on.
I think if we're going to talk about soil too, it's also worthwhile to talk about the fact that this is going to be 30 years without any disturbance. Is that there's not going to be vehicles going over 99% of the site. Is that allows all the microbial colonies in the soil, which in the case of a normal farm have probably been killed through tilling, through the application of fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides. But largely, this is going to do one thing and one thing only, and it's going to sit, and it's going to allow the land and the soil and the microbes within it to regenerate and to, in some senses, become more viable as agricultural soil at the end of that, because it will have had that amount of time to recover from its previous use.
Well, I'm not an agronomist, and I don't play one on TV, but the letter from Cooperative Extension is by someone that deals in soil, and there were some very specific concerns that address exactly what you said that would not be affected. So, it's all.
And I know others in Cooperative Extension working on those portions of the fact sheet generally don't share all the same concerns in that letter.
Understood.
Well, in an effort to be efficient too in our presentation too, I think I was paying attention during the rezoning, and I don't think that the county envisions the future of this piece of property as farmland. I mean, I think that what I was hearing was, this is in your commercial zone, and so I don't know that a discussion of it being farmland is going to be a good use of our time.
That's
Okay,
right.
thank you.
That's a good point.
Thank you.
If I could.
Other questions? Yes, sir.
Yes. And I hate dragging this out, but the difference in panels with the crystalline silicon panel versus the other panel, the one that you're not going to use. I guess I have two questions. What is the major difference? And I don't think you're doing it at a good difference of heart. What's the difference in cost? In other words, is one of these panels $1,000, one is $100, so you're trying to save $900, so you're offering it? Or are you saying, hey, they're about the same cost and you're doing one because one's more environmentally friendly?
I'll let Tommy speak to the first part of that question, and I'll speak to the second part.
So the difference, when you look at the layers here on this image, is the black layer, the actual cell that converts the sun to electricity. They function very similarly. They use a different different semiconductor material. So instead of using silicon, they use cadmium telluride. The rest of the panel is essentially the same, although the manufacturer for the thin film uses 2 sheets of glass. So a sheet of glass on the back instead of a sheet of plastic on the back. It's not really a significant difference. The difference is that material that converts the sunlight to electricity.
And one is more environmentally friendly?
Questionable, the cadmium telluride. Cadmium is a toxic heavy metal, so there's environmental concerns because of that. Although it's bound to the telluride, making it very non-volatile, non-water soluble, so locked behind 2 sheets of glass, so difficult to come out into the environment.
Okay.
And First Solar, to manufacture those, contractually requires returning of those modules, and they have their own recycling facilities for them. So some concern, but I think well mediated.
Okay.
Yeah, and as far as the cells, I guess reflective, is it zero reflective on these particular cells? Or?
There is anti-reflective coating on them, but the outer surface is it's glass with an anti-reflective treatment on that glass. So when the sunlight's hitting them close to perpendicular, they're pretty close to zero reflection, very 1 or 2 or 3% reflective. When sunlight hits them at a really glancing angle, they reflect more. Less than glass, but something similar to window shield glass or window pane glass.
So different module technologies are selected for different reasons. Most developers are kind of technology agnostic, which is to say they look at a given site and they look at the constraints and they try to apply the most appropriate technology for the site and the given constraints. There's also questions of do you want to optimize your kind of overall production, or do you want to optimize production during certain times of the day when perhaps you're getting paid more by the utility for the power that you produce? And there's also the question of where the module's coming from. Is that the United States government levied a tariff on Chinese module manufacturers, so that has forced a lot of developers to look at firms that don't manufacture in China, of which First Solar and some of the other thin film manufacturers fall into that category. First Solar manufacturers both here in the U.S. and also in Malaysia. So there's a lot of different reasons for why a given entity would spec one type of technology over another, and we do not. And so I think the general concern with thin film or cadmium telluride is that in the event of an apocalyptic type event, or even a less than apocalyptic event, a major hurricane where there's shards of the panels that are strewn all over the landscape, that all things being equal, that the cadmium telluride is more of a concern than the crystalline silicon is, because crystalline silicon is just sand-based. So while we do not necessarily believe that the array is going to be destroyed, we appreciate that this is a concern, and so we're offering up the crystalline silicon. Also, it works well for us because typically the modules with a higher wattage output per module are found in crystalline silicon, and given the acreage of this site, it behooves us to install a higher wattage module. So it works kind of for both parties. I would say. In this case, it's just more site suitable. It's more site suitable.
Just one more question: are these easily, as far as disposal, are these easier disposed of than the other ones, or what do you do when you?
So correct me if I'm wrong, Tommy, but it's the crystalline silicon, or excuse me, it's the cadmium telluride modules that are not allowed in municipal landfills. And also, it's important to keep in mind a little perspective here, is that your laptop, your television, your cell phone, your complex fluorescent bulbs. It's a lot of different household items that are also not allowed in landfills and that should be disposed of properly. So it's not just solar modules, but and even in the event that crystalline silicon modules are allowed, we model 0.5% degradation per year. So in 30 years, we're talking about, call it 70% still efficient, is that whoever owns that facility at that point, when it's going to be decommissioned, those modules are going to be sold or perhaps given away to countries in the developing world. They're going to be used until they absolutely, because they produce electricity, quite simply.
And I can add to that to determine if something's allowed to go in landfill from federal regulation point of view, there's a test that has to pass the toxic leaching characteristic procedure, where they break it up and put it in an acid bath and see if certain hazardous materials come out of it to meet a certain level. If you're below those levels, then that material is allowed to go in a standard line landfill. And both silicon solar cells and the cadmium telluride cells pass that toxic leaching characteristic procedure test. So they're both allowed to go in landfills from the federal regulation point of view. They're both
the only problem with that
Yes, sir.
is that back in the day, asbestos was the greatest thing that man had ever invented, right? And we have no idea what today. I mean, all you got to do is follow the news. What we fed little kids last year is all of a sudden, absolutely you don't want to do that. So I appreciate your statement, but that's what we know today, and I know no one can predict what's going to happen down the road.
And it's based on a long history of these modules in use. I mean, this technology.
Understood, but not a long history of them being put in landfills. But you get the point. We have no idea what asbestos 10 years from now looks like today, and that is one of the concerns. The sheer volume of the potential impact is a concern.
I mean, the components here, we understand what they are. They're glass, aluminum, silicon, which is silicon and oxygen is sand or quartz, and some plastics that are pretty common. Plastics, EVA is a plastic that's in lots of products.
Okay.
I understand the point, but to make it
let me expand on the next line, right? And that has to deal with the volume, right, associated with the material that may need to be put in a landfill, right? I would expect that there is increasing pressure to get away from landfills.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Agreed.
That the amount of landfills that are available is decreasing.
Yeah.
So, and I've made this case before. We as a Board of Commissioners, a lot of the issues we have to deal with tonight or today or this year are because of actions of previous boards who didn't look far enough downrange, and so consequently the burden of taking care of the issue of a poorly made decision rests on us and our children. And so, the reason we're not just sitting back is because our kids are going to have to live with the decision we make tonight.
Appreciate that. And the next point I was going to make about the recyclability of these, they are allowed to go in landfill, which was the question, I think, but they're also very recyclable. I mean, there's lots of aluminum and glass are recycled now. Those portions of the panel can be recycled now. The technology has also proven that you can recycle these other components. You can get the energy out of the plastic. You can burn the plastic components. You can recycle the silicon and then a little bits of metal.
Burning the plastic, does that emit any?
It's common. It's a common way to treat trash rather than landfill. That's
We burn it. Okay.
And that's something like one or 2%
I know.
of the weight of the material.
I just find it
But again,
ironic.
coming back to your same thing, these things, even though they're done with us, can go to third world countries that can still use them. Doesn't mean they're done.
Correct. That's what that power warranty is. It says after 25 years, it still produces 80% of the power it did when you purchased it. So it's warranted to produce that amount after 25 years. So it's still fully functioning, just only 80% of what it used to.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
We have a whole lot of people here tonight that are sitting and would like to speak. If I could ask if we could move this along so that we actually finish this hearing tonight, that I know they still have several witnesses left. One, And then the other side has several as well, and if we don't move this along, we're not going to finish it.
A lot of the questions that are being asked right now are generated off of the board, and some of them are, they all are relevant, so.
Just
Again,
saying.
I understand in the idea of brevity, however, it's relevant back and forth.
Or are you going to have to give us another break? Let me say it like that.
I'm just trying to do my due diligence and be fair to all parties, but that being said, I take note of Commissioner O'Neill's comments. Thank you.
If there are no further questions from Mr. Cleveland, we can bring up Mr. Kirkland, who's our final witness.
Thank you.
Good evening. Again, my name is Rich Kirkland. My address is 9408 Northfield Court, Raleigh. I'm a state certified general appraiser, and I'm an MAI. I've been appraising for about 20 years in North Carolina, and I've been looking at the question about solar farms for the last a little over 4 years now. I was asked to address comments about harmony of use and impacts on adjoining property values. The process I've gone through is over the last 4 or so years, I've been visiting solar farm sites across North Carolina and categorizing what's around them. I've been looking to see, where are solar farms being sited in North Carolina. The vast majority of these solar farms are being located in areas where you have agricultural uses and residential uses meeting. Over 90% of the uses adjoining solar farms in North Carolina are residential and agricultural. If I look at it based on the adjoining use, if I look at it by parcel, like the number of parcels adjoining a solar farm, the most common use is residential. If I look at it by acreage, the most common use is agricultural. There's just a small percentage of industrial or commercial uses that wind up being next to them.
Okay. I appreciate, when you say residential, define what you mean by solar use residential.
When I'm looking at residential, I actually split things up and talk about agriculture, residential, and then I also have sort of a hybrid agri-residential. So if you have like your family farm, you have a house on it, that's agri-residential. If I talk about agricultural, you're looking at straight agricultural. When I talk about residential, those are going to be, 1 acre lots or in that range. There are some of the solar farms that I've looked at that actually adjoin properties with lots smaller than that. But generally speaking, these are in those rural areas where there's not access to utilities.
Okay, so the solar facilities that are going in residential, who is the consumer on that? Who's the owner of that residential solar facility?
Not sure that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the farm is going in next to residential uses.
Okay.
So it's different ownership.
So somebody owns a 1 acre solar facility next to my house.
No. Again, I'm saying the uses adjoining a solar farm are residential, and those would go down to 1 acre size. We're looking at these solar farms themselves are on much larger tracts.
Okay.
So when I was talking about percentages, I was talking about the uses adjoining these solar farms.
Okay.
I apologize if I wasn't clear.
That's fine.
And again, sometimes they're next to subdivisions, sometimes they're just near rural home sites as well. Okay. So again, looking at the harmony of use question, though, agricultural residential uses are the predominant uses there, and I guess I'm supposed to be using this thing. So when you look at the subject property here, looking at the adjoining uses around the project here in Grandy, again, most of the uses adjoining this are residential, and that's, again, pretty common for where I'm seeing solar farms across the state. You can look also in the package of materials. Not just talking just about the state, but I also looked specifically more about the coastal plains and broke down activity and development solar farms on those. Page 17 of that report, you can see the breakdown of all the different projects I've looked at in the counties that are in the coastal plains. When you look at it by the parcels and everything else, 19% of those are adjoining residential and about 70% is agricultural. So it is still following in that same pattern to what I was seeing. And then when I look at Currituck and surrounding counties, nearby counties, on page 19, again, it shows a very similar breakdown with most of the uses being residential, agricultural, joining uses. This is where solar farms are sited in North Carolina, pretty much where homes and fields meet.
Mr. Kirkland.
Yes, sir.
While you're on page 19, I've been looking at page 19. And I was looking at the average distance between homes and the solar farm.
Yes, sir.
And I see Gutenberg, they're 1,359 feet from the solar farm. In Pecan, they're 715 foot. In Cottonwood, I see they're 272. And Hope, they're 332, but then we go down to Cork Oak, 700 foot. Sunflower, 1132. Green Heron, 1,068. Wildwood that you cite up here in Moyock, 674 foot. And then some of the others, there's no adjoining homes. Augustus Farms, 1,018 foot. Cattail, 1,440. Those homes are way further away than what's being proposed here.
Well, in some of those examples, yes, they are. Again, the solar farms are being located, in some cases, they're going to be more rural than others.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. What's being proposed tonight, they're going to be much closer than what you cite as the averages.
Again, their average on these are over 400 feet here at this project here in Grandy. So again, yes, it's not at the high end of the range, but it's not the low end of the range either.
Yeah, I'd agree. The low end was against an industrial use, 208 foot.
And again, the next lowest, when you look at the others, is 272, another at 332. And as looking at where I've looked at matched pairs, and I'll discuss those later, those homes are about 280 feet. They're in Goldsboro when I look at development next to a subdivision. So this is a pretty common distance. When you look at, let's see if I can get you. No, I don't have the distances for across the state, but across the state, they're typically running at the close end of the range is going to be between 100 and 180 feet. So they are commonly located at that range. I'm sorry, did I address that adequately, I guess? Or
No, I was just getting that in the record, that's all.
Okay. So again, looking down through this thing, the breakdown, the agricultural residential uses nearby, this is a harmonious location for this. It's my professional opinion, this is a harmonious location. I'd also point out that in the report I've cited a project in Monroe, North Carolina, that actually adjoins a golf course community. So they are being located in areas very similar to this. But talking about impact,
near, or it's adjacent to a golf course.
Adjacent, it's adjoining, and there's a.
So that's not similar to this one. Agreed.
Well, again, it's adjoining a golf course community. So again, it's not.
It didn't replace the golf course community. It's adjoining a golf course.
It's adjoining a golf course community. Yes, sir. So while looking through all this solar farms across North Carolina, I've really been trying to find matched pairs. This is the textbook way you look for impact on property value. I've got 4 different solar farm projects listed in the report that show matched pairs. The best of the group is AM Best Solar Farm that's located in Goldsboro. This is a solar farm that was approved adjoining a subdivision that was having a later phase put in before it was announced or before it was approved. So there's home sales in there that happens before the solar farm was announced. There's home sales that happen after it was built. There are home sales that after it was built that back up and adjoin the solar farm. There's those down the street that don't adjoin. And looking at the same size house, same style house, you get the very similar price per square foot, essentially identical. When you look at the exact same site, home plan, they are identical. They sold for the same price for the same square foot, regardless whether it backs up to the solar farm or whether it's down the street or whether it was.
What was the distance between the two?
280 feet was the.
No. The distance between the division, the housing areas.
280 feet between the house and the solar panels.
This 2 separate, your paired analysis had one neighborhood in one location and another neighborhood in another location.
No, I'm comparing to the sales within that subdivision. So I have
Okay.
the homes that sold before there was any
Okay.
discussion of a solar farm being there.
Okay.
So these are homes that are in the identical location with no solar farm impact. And then there's home sales that happen after a solar farm's there. So you have a standard for measuring in the same place before and after.
And how is their school district?
Again, I'm not sure I can comment on that. Again, it would be the same school district regardless.
Yeah, but sometimes people will move into an area explicitly because they want to be in that school district, regardless of what the consequences may be or what they have to put up with in order to live there.
But there was no impact on value. So that, again, there's no impact on the value, which is the only thing I can comment on.
Okay.
And there's no impact on that before and after, regardless of the motivation of the buyers. Again, I looked at several other solar farm for match pairs that are listed in there. Again, found no impact on property values.
I'm sorry. Let me
Yes, sir.
interrupt one more time. How did the time on the market compare?
Spoke with a broker and developer team. They said it had no impact on how quickly they sold. They sold out, and they said there was no impact on how quickly that went through.
Okay. Can we talk to them?
You're welcome to talk to them. I
Okay.
don't have them here now, but no, as part of this process, I did go through that, and I can show you timeline-wise, the number of homes that sold before and after the project is very consistent.
Okay.
There's actually been a resale in that development after one of the homes that was bought from the builders later sold 2 years later and showed appreciation. It showed about a 2.5% to 3% appreciation over that time period.
I have one final question for you. When you're doing your comparables, did you find a location where somebody bought a house adjoining a golf course, and then the golf course was replaced with a solar farm? And would you tell me that those values would remain the same?
Well, I think those are two different events. The golf course went away, and that was one event.
But it's the event that we're talking about tonight.
Again, it's my understanding it's not been operated as a golf course for some time.
I said when the houses were bought, it was being operated as a golf course. Now the golf course is going away and solar panels are going in there. Do you have a comparable where you can find something like that has happened?
Again, I don't have a comparable that's specific to that example, but I can say that that's two different events. The golf course is not being operated as a golf course anymore.
Could it come back?
Again, according to the owner, who's expressed to me that he's tried to do that, and that has not happened.
We have a mid-county bridge going in. We have a high likelihood of folks coming back over to the mainland. I mean, this county has built or has factored in or is, planning on that bridge increasing business on the mainland, of which, I've heard of at times that golf course was very popular. And, golf on the Outer Banks isn't cheap, and it's a lot easier to come over here for a day. But you would absolutely agree that we put in a 30-year investment on solar, that the golf course isn't going to come back in the near future. I mean, we've ended that as a possibility. Agreed.
For the duration of that lease, sure.
Mr. Kirkland, if I could, just one question. Probably that takes in two of the questions that were directed at you. Is this study that you've done, that you have proffered to us, is this what is referred to as an external obsolescence incurable study?
This is called a matched pair analysis or a paired sales analysis.
All right. What's the difference between a matched pair analysis and an external obsolescence incurable study?
Again, one is a more generic term. Match pair is specific to how I'm looking to see if there is that.
I understand because, and maybe this isn't a question that is directed or could be directed at you. Maybe it's for the other party, but you didn't take into consideration, you're taking into consideration the status of a non-existent golf course at this time and then match pair relative to that. Did you take into consideration future, which is external obsolescence or similar to it, incurable, the reverse of that, of what that property might increase if in fact it were down the road during the 30 years, that if it were developed as commercial, what the difference between the two would be of the surrounding property values?
Again,
the impact, the disparate, or if there is a disparate impact between the two hypotheticals that we're talking about. One I just spoke to you about, and what you've just talked to us about.
Again, those are getting to really out there hypotheticals. I can talk to about what's there today and what, again, if you want to say,
Yeah,
like,
but I think what we're trying to talk
things-
about is the value of or the impact of the value hypothetically going forward, not today, because none of this is on the ground now. So indeed, aren't we all talking about, isn't this whole thing hypothetical?
Well, there's a difference between talking about measuring for this one thing as opposed to measuring for, well, if the market
Potential.
changes and if this happens,
Potential.
and you're measuring for two different things. I mean, it's possible.
I mean,
to
I
do
think I
such
know
a
what
thing.
you're talking about, but I'm also just asking the question, did you do any research relative to the hypothetical difference in disparity between a solar farm versus commercial development and what the difference would be?
Mr.
Potentially.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Sure.
I'd just like to raise the point that your ordinance requires you to consider whether or not this particular use will have a negative impact on adjoining properties. Your ordinance does not require someone to study all possible uses and rank the value.
I understand. I understand your point, but we have to determine if it's going to have a negative impact. Isn't that a hypothetical future determination? Not if it is, but if it's going to.
Well, my concern about your question is not about projecting things in the future. It's about what uses you're comparing to. I think you have to, when your board looks at this question, the law requires you to look at whether or not this particular use will, decrease the value of the adjoining properties.
In the future.
Right, but it doesn't require it to be the least negative or the highest of any possible uses you might have in the future.
I understand, and that's not the question I asked, but just for the record, we're talking about the impact of the future, the impact in the value of property. I believe that's what Mr. Kirkland was speaking to, not today, because nothing's on the ground today. We're talking about all of it's hypothetical.
Right, and Mr. Kirkland's opinion is based on his research of going to actual solar farms, and looking at a subdivision that was there before a solar farm was there, and then a solar farm was built, and houses were sold both before the solar farm and after the solar farm. And we would certainly contend, and I think it's Mr. Kirkland's professional opinion, he can say that for himself, that that's the best evidence of whether or not there's going to be any impact on value. That's not a hypothetical necessarily. That's real world evidence.
Mr. Kirkland, I have one last question.
Yes, sir.
Did you actually visit the site and walk the site while you were doing your evaluation, or did you do it from your desk?
No, I've been to the site multiple times.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kirkland, how would you define harmony?
Again, compatible uses.
Okay, so harmony doesn't necessarily mean anything from an aesthetic perspective or look, feel, whatever.
Again, it's going to be part of it. And again, as you can see in the slides that's up, harmony, looking at the appearance of these farms, there's existing trees that are along a lot of this property, and there's also a buffering landscaping plan that's going to help obscure the project, which is going to minimize how much of it is seen. I know that looking at our other projects in near vicinity here, Shawboro and such, there's minimal landscaping around those. But that's not necessarily what's being projected.
And which one?
Shawboro?
Yeah, that's shame on us.
There is landscaping there, but it's fairly minimal.
Mr. Woody, what buffer do we have on Shawboro on 34?
On 34, it is a type C buffer.
Okay.
So once it grows in, it'll be there. But there's others I've looked at Morgan's Corners that, again, has minimal landscaping. So once you're putting in a more mature plant material, and again, there's plenty of examples where these are put in at higher heights starting, and they go through, and they have a good obscuring, and they block things off. And in this case, with your project here, there's mature trees around most of this property.
Okay, so your definition of harmony is, I'm not sure I heard what your definition of harmony is.
Again, compatible uses.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with look, feel, aesthetics. I mean, a solar facility next to open farm fields Yeah, okay, I get that. Solar facilities next to housing and residential developments, okay? I would offer you, now I'm not an appraiser, certainly, but there's a completely different look and feel from a residential neighborhood and from a solar facility. Next question would be, if, because, you know, if someone either decided not to buy a house due to the fact that of its proximity to a solar facility, or a sale was lost, or something like that, would you call that adverse impact?
Not necessarily. You have to look and see, because people will pick and choose sites for a variety of reasons. The question is not whether one individual would buy at a certain place or under certain conditions, but does the market as a whole accept that? And that's what happens with a lot of places. So, you know, for example, some people like, well, we would love to build here, but this is not a basement lot. Well, they're not going to buy that lot. I mean, there's lots of factors that go into these.
How
things.
robust do you think our housing market and resale is here?
Well, again,
in your research,
again, it looks like it's improving, but I wouldn't say robust.
So, would you suggest that someone that needs to sell a house, that, you know, for whatever financial reasons, right, that is unsuccessful in selling their house, do you believe that that person had experienced some degree of detrimental impact, or because, let's just say, solar facilities go in and a sale gets canceled, did that individual experience adverse impact?
Again, that's for one individual person. When you talk about market value,
to the owner of that property, I bet it was a lot more significant.
But when you talk about market value, you're talking about the value as a whole, not to one person.
Okay, and then finally, have you ever been a real estate agent?
No.
Okay, are you familiar with websites like Zillow, for example?
I am.
Okay. Do you know the type, when you're searching for a piece of property, you know, all these little check blocks that are on there, you know, waterfront, land, whatever. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Have you ever seen solar facility next to one of those blocks?
No.
Have you ever run into somebody that specifically moved to a neighborhood because they wanted to be next to or in close proximity to a solar facility?
Well, I've also never seen someone say they're going to move somewhere specifically because it's next to a residential or next to an agricultural field either. That's not a checkbox.
You've never seen? Oh, okay. So rural is not a checkbox.
No, rural. I live in rural areas. I definitely appreciate that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this is a checkbox type situation like you're saying.
Okay.
All right. So in summary, could you give us a summary relative to your findings and based on the report you submitted to us?
Sure. It's my professional opinion that this is a harmonious location for a solar farm facility as presented. And it's also my professional opinion that this is going to have no impact on adjoining property values. This is my opinion based on research and factual data that's been presented to you. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Any other questions?
One last question on the harmony. So you are saying here tonight that a solar facility and residential are harmonious uses?
Again, I've cited multiple locations across the state, and there's multiple examples.
But that's what you're saying?
It is, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No other question? Thank you, sir. All right.
Thank you, Rich, and thank you, Commissioners, for a robust discussion on the issue of property values. And so I won't, in respect to Commissioner O'Neill's request, I will not take up too much more of our time here, other than to say that I agree this is, in fact, a harmonious use. It will not produce noise. It will not produce smell. It will not produce odors. Contrary to what the opposition will have you believe, it is not an industrial facility. And I will point to your own zoning ordinance because it is not allowed in industrial zoning districts. Why is it not allowed in industrial zoning districts? Because A, it does not require water, sewer, access to rail or highway lines that most industrial uses do. B, it does not create the odors, the noise, the traffic, the hazardous material releases that many industrial uses also do. Ergo, that's why the vast majority, as Rich just said, of the solar farms in this state and other states are sited on agricultural parcels. We had a very robust discussion, as I think we all recall, about jobs and economic impact, which I will not restate here other than to say that there is very significant broadly local economic impacts, some of which will go to the county, some of which will go to your neighboring counties, and may still nonetheless come back to benefit the county by the folks who perhaps work there and live here. And it will, regardless of how the state treats it, will add. You'll be allowed to tax on roughly $26 million. Actually, well, because of the reduction in the rezoning, but a little less than that. But somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 million will be added to your tax base. So I thank you all for your time, and I'm open to any questions that you all might have.
Any questions? Hearing none. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
All right. You're on.
It's late, so I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. Chuck Lawler, attorney for the property owners close by and actually in contiguous and adjacent to the project. This is the rezoning, the permit. So we're talking about what used to be the golf course, Goose Creek Golf Course. And I'm going to start out by, because I think you all have already focused on the uncertainties. And let me just quote from the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, because we've got 2 projects already approved going forward in the county, and things have moved fairly quickly.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. And it's very important to have strict oversight, accountability, and compliance in order to ensure that the future development will not endanger public health or safety. The 3 of the 4 requirements for the permit that we are focusing on is 1, the development will endanger public health or safety, and that's a requirement that it not. 2, will injure the value of adjoining or abutting lands and will not be in harmony with the area in which it is located. That's a requirement. And of course, the applicant has the burden on this, not us. But we are, our position is to demonstrate to you that they hadn't met that burden. 3, the development, and we've already hit on this in the rezoning, is not in conformity with the land use plan. I hit on that pretty hard earlier. The North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality was quoted as saying, as these issues, and I'm quoting now, as these issues have started to accumulate, because somebody said earlier, North Carolina has the 4th largest volume of these of all the 50 states. They're proliferating in North Carolina, and I think the state is starting to say we need to maybe relook this because it's happening awfully quickly. Well, NCDEQ has said, as these issues have started to accumulate, it became apparent there is more to understand. NCDEQ is just beginning to address the lack of oversight in solar farm development and the impact it will have in the future on North Carolina local county governments. Well, that's what we're doing right now. We're trying to get our arms around this, and it's a big issue. We have 3 experts that will, they'll be here as long as you want, but I know it's late and you're getting tired. The first is, I've already mentioned, Dr. Herb Eckerlin from NC State. Dr. Eckerlin started actually designed and constructed the North Carolina State Solar House in 1981, which just celebrated its 35th anniversary. He's the father of solar energy in North Carolina. And he is, in 2008, he became the director of the Energy Management Program, a state-funded program to improve energy efficiency in industrial, commercial, and institutional sectors. He's a recognized expert in energy nationally. And he is going to address toxicity, solar panel waste, and inefficient use of this as an alternate green energy. Ronnie Henninger is also a PhD professor, doctor at NC State University. He hadn't been doing it quite as long as Dr. Eckerlin, but his specialty is really crop, and his focus is going to be, because I've already heard it, what's the impact on this land, which was a golf course, but maybe it'll could go back to a golf course at some point, maybe row crops. You never know what will be the next cash crop in North Carolina, or something else, residential development. What's going to be the impact of this use on this land 30 years later, over 100 acres? He's also going to talk about the fact that the U.S. has banned solar farms on federal land. And then the land valuation expert that the opponents offer is Bruce Sauter, who is a member of the Appraisal Institute. He's a North Carolina certified appraiser, has been doing it 44 years. He has, I feel confident, knows more about the value and has valued Currituck County properties than anyone in this room. He's been doing this out of his Greenville office. He's appraised, I think, every golf course we've talked about, and maybe every golf course in this county is close to it. He's appraised the subject golf course, Goose Creek. He's appraised, I believe, Carolina Club, the other golf course in Moyotte. He has done a lot of residential appraising, but he's done a lot of commercial appraising, and he's been doing it a long time. He actually appeared in the Edenton proceeding and application and testified there. Also, we may hear from Gary Woodson. You've already heard from him. We'll try not to be repetitive, but a residential developer in Currituck and Dare that'll talk about the negative impact again of a project like this on residential use. This, as you all have already focused on, is an existing, it was a pre-existing golf course. People bought up next to it, had investment expectations. It did stop being used as a golf course, but it's changing now to, in effect, a power plant. And we're talking about lots that abut it, right next to it. The only thing that's separating the panels from the properties is going to be the buffer, and that's 300 feet. We know that. Steve Fentress may, but we'll see how much time we've got. He is a property owner that abuts next to the project, and he, again, bought it, his lot, and built a house and has expectations, but he's also got close to 30 years in commercial construction, and we've heard a lot about construction issues, but no one that I've heard from the proponents has construction experience of this nature. So that's a lot of people. We hadn't got a whole lot of time. I'd like to just get started and move through it as quickly as we can. If you've got questions, they'll stay up here, but it's due to the lateness of the hour, we'd like to get through it.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, are you proffering those as expert witnesses and their backgrounds?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and as they come up, just overall, would they introduce themselves and lay out their bona fides?
We afforded the applicant all their witnesses as experts. I was just trying to make sure we treated this side the same.
That's right.
These individuals have testified in, I believe, in court proceedings. Certainly Mr. Sauter has.
Each one can speak to, I believe, as the applicants, they can speak to their licensing and or expertise and or education.
Very good.
If they would just summarize, just brief summary.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just reserve the right to object if, in the course of their testimony, it doesn't appear like that they're testifying on matters with which they have expertise.
You certainly have that right.
Mr. Eckel, or Dr. Eckel.
Thank you.
Without beating it to death, just hit again briefly on your experience.
Gladly. Thank you, sir. I'm Herb Eckerlin. I'm a professor in mechanical and aerospace engineering at NC State, and I'm honored to be here with you this evening. I'll try and be brief. I'm going to touch on a variety of points very quickly. NC State is a land-grant university, and by definition, that means we're involved in teaching, research, and extension. I'm here in the extension realm tonight, but neither Mr. Cleveland nor I are representing NC State. NC State doesn't have anything to do with any opinions on this at all, so just be clear on that. As was stated earlier, I designed the solar house in 1980. I founded the Solar Center in 1987. I served as a faculty chair for 15 years, and I've been a proponent for solar for all this time. But when we talk about solar, we can talk about passive solar, where we heat a home with the sun. We can talk about active solar, where we're heating hot water. And we can talk about solar electricity. Tonight, we're talking about solar farms or solar electricity. So let me spend just a few moments on solar farms. When we're talking about solar electricity, solar farms, we're talking about energy, electrical energy that's available 5 hours a day on average. A little longer in summer, a little less in winter. Keep in mind that this energy is intermittent. This energy is not available at night. It's not available on rainy days. And it depends on a traditional energy source to make it viable. If we didn't have a traditional energy source, we wouldn't be here, because we couldn't live with electrical energy for 5 hours a day. That stands to reason. Now, why are we here, we can ask ourselves. And I'm reminded of a presentation that Marcus Wilhelm, who was president of Strata Solar in Chapel Hill, one of the major solar developers in the state, the comments he made at the State Energy Conference about 3 years ago. He said, "Thank goodness for Senate Bill 3. If it were not for Senate Bill 3, he wouldn't be here. He'd go elsewhere." All right? So you have to understand, it's all about the subsidies that make this viable. That's why these people are here tonight.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to object to this line of testimony. There's no relevance of the economics of solar, the how many hours a day it can be used, or why the particular developers choose to push forward a project or not. In addition, his relating of something that someone else in the industry said at a conference 3 years ago is hearsay and shouldn't be admissible either.
Well, in fact, the proponents have hit on that several times, the fact that this is green energy, it's alternate form of energy. They wanted to talk about it. Now, certainly he can say something about it.
I'll note for the record, it's in the record. However, we started this at the inception by our county attorney advised this board that hearsay from people who aren't here to testify to what is being presented to us is hearsay and should not be part of our decision making. So I note the objection for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I think a question that we ought to ask ourselves is, what does Grandy and what does Currituck County get out of this? In a few words, very little. Look at your neighbors. Look at your friends. What are they concerned about? They're concerned about property value. They're concerned about their neighbors. They're concerned about debris blowing off when Hurricane Alley comes along, and also about water quality. Now, what is the impact? Another question we want to ask ourselves is, what is the impact on your power bills? We hear a lot about solar, that it's free and prices are dropping. But if we look at the rest of the country and the rest of the world, if we look at California, in California, the cost of energy for industry is 13 cents a kilowatt hour. In North Carolina, it's 6.5 cents a kilowatt hour. Okay. The question we have to ask ourselves, if we go up to 13 cents a kilowatt hour, what's that going to do to our industry? What's it going to do to our jobs? What's it going to do to our ability to attract industry here? We're the only state in the Southeast that has an RPS. We're sort of in flyover country now. People are flying over North Carolina and settling. Industry is settling in South Carolina and elsewhere. We have to be careful about that. Also, we need to look at Germany. What's Germany doing? They've gone super green. What's the cost of energy in Germany? It's 29 cents a kilowatt hour. That's scary. The Germans are concerned that industry is leaving. So what have they done? The German government has put that burden on the residential sector. Okay, that's what's happening in California and Germany. We have to be aware of that. Solar energy, for a variety of reasons, is not cheap. Another claim that we hear is we're in this business to save the planet. We're in it for sustainability. Solar farms, we're told, have a life of 20 years. They're already talking about decommissioning. I think a question we have to ask ourselves is, what are we going to do after 20 years? Are we going to go back to dirty coal? Doesn't make any sense, does it? A selling point is the increase in county revenue. Let me just read you what Senate Bill 1878 says. 80% of the solar farm is designated as a special case, shall not be listed, appraised, assessed, or taxed. Your county is only getting 20% of what it should get. Why? Who gets the rest? The investors? Who knows? Now let's talk a moment about the application that a solar farm developer might make to the state. He makes an application to the Utilities Commission to obtain a certificate of public convenience and necessity. The application includes drawings, the number of cells, the make of the cell, and the composition. Most panels today that are going in North Carolina are from China. Composition is often not known. You check on the web and you can't find anything. And we've heard enough about cadmium telluride, I'm not going to comment about that. Now, after construction, and this is very important, after construction, 6 months after, the host utility in Raleigh, that's Duke Energy, will often ask a consultant, not me, not Mr. Cleveland, will ask a consultant to go out and evaluate that solar farm. Evaluate the solar farm for safety measures, for the array, the number of panels that are there, the manufacture of the panels, and so on. What these people have found is that the number of panels that are in the application and that are actually put in the ground doesn't match at all. But even more concerning, and this is very serious, there's often no connection between the application that includes the panel name, module name, and what's actually in the ground. Now you sort of wonder, why was that changed? And the people that I've spoken to are very concerned about that. This is beginning to look like the VW diesel scandal to me. The question we have to ask ourselves, has the solar farm industry defrauded the American people? What are the implications of this follow-up evaluation? No one knows, other than the developer, maybe, what was actually installed. There's no regulatory oversight over the solar farm industry, readily admitted. No state agency, no local authority. No one is responsible. The solar farm industry, in a sense, has been discredited. And the reputation of the Utilities Commission is called into question. The construction of new solar farms must cease until these issues are answered. Solar panel waste has been discussed by various people today. I'm not going to dwell on that because of the cadmium telluride issue. All I can say is that many of the panels come from China and no one knows what's in them. In conclusion, let me say this. The issues described above, I think, are very serious and must be addressed by state officials. Therefore, I believe that it would be in the best interest of North Carolina that a moratorium be placed on any further solar development activity until such time that state authorities have had an opportunity to rule on this important issue. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Any questions from the board?
Chairman, I have one question. It was stated a few minutes ago, we all know the federal government is giving billions and billions of dollars to the alternative energy.
Right.
But it was stated a few minutes ago that they do not allow them on federal lands. Is there a reason?
That is true. I'm not into that federal regulatory.
So that's not you're not the person to ask that?
No, not
okay.
really.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ecker.
I have a few questions, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Dr. Eklund, you mentioned some information on the price of energy in California and the price of energy in North Carolina. What's your direct personal knowledge of that?
We've checked it on the web.
And have you looked into the different variables as to what?
Let me say something in addition to that. I attended a presentation in Chapel Hill within the past week, and one of the speakers was from California. And he talked very flippantly about the cost of energy there being in the 20 to 25 cent range per kilowatt hour. It was a very, very Chapel Hill audience, but that's what he said.
North Carolina, in fact, has lower energy rates than a lot of its neighboring states, doesn't it?
No.
So are you?
I'm saying South Carolina is cheaper, and you see, this is a really difficult, important issue for North Carolina because of attracting industry and keeping industry. Over the last 10 years, I've done a lot of work with the furniture industry. I've seen.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, that's not responsive to my question. My question
it is
is
because I have seen what leaving furniture plants have done.
My question is about your knowledge of the energy rates in California versus North Carolina.
I have not visited California.
So you don't know that the difference you cited, 13 cents versus 6 cents, is attributable to solar in any way?
Sure, it's on the web.
I would ask that testimony be stricken. That's not based on personal knowledge. It's based on internet research that he's done.
Well,
I have additional questions.
let me just respond to that. We've heard a lot based on hearsay from the proponents. In fact, I would say the majority of what I've heard sitting here was hearsay.
And to your point, again, there has been a lot of there has been speaking about the industry and what it does overall. There's been evidence proffered about how much it's done for economics, whether it's been local and whatever. Again, I'm not a judge, but the point is we have all been admonished and told that hearsay is not anything that we can base our decision on, but there's been latitude, I believe, on both sides to speak to, in some instances, generalities and specifics, but in generalities to the topics that were mentioned, and some that were overall speaking to the solar energy ubiquitously overall as to what it brings to the table. So I think that it would. I'm going to allow it to be in the record, but I wanted to ask the board that they take it with whatever weight that they determine.
And just to be very clear, my objection is that very little, if any, of what this witness has spoken to relates directly to the considerations that this board has to look at in deciding whether or not to grant this use permit or not. It's obvious that this gentleman, who's had a long and very credentialed career, has a philosophical objection to solar farms such as this. We get that, but that's not relevant to the decision that you have to make. It's probably very relevant to the legislature or the governor or the Utilities Commission, but you have some specific criteria which your staff read to you earlier tonight, and I'm objecting to the portion of his testimony that is not related to that.
Mr. Chairman?
One second, just one quick, before I lose it. Would it be unreasonable to speak to the comments that he makes as dealing with compatibility, and also we're talking about future value, if in fact the things that we have heard will have an impact, a negative impact going forward on what the state of North Carolina, their continuing support for solar. Now, not that that's direct, but we're speaking to the implications that it may have going forward to what this county will inherit, if you will. I mean, is that not something that we can consider?
In
relative
my opinion,
to value, value of property.
In my opinion, the things that this witness was talking about are policy level discussions at the state level, which is not within what your ordinance says that you need to look at. So now you may disagree with me, but that's just my opinion of reading of your ordinance.
And it's in the record. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that for the members of the board, as we either move to approve or deny, I think that the appropriate caution would be to ensure that none of the findings of fact that are based upon hearsay by either proponent be used in the justification in whichever motion that took. That's where we would cross the line and use, and clearly a decision or a recommendation of a decision based on hearsay would absolutely be objectionable and probably appealable.
And I have to interject in opposition to the objection that, I don't want to belabor this, but there was a litany of comments, testimony by Mr. Rogers, and I believe Mr. Kirkland and the other gentleman, Cleveland, about the value, which is not really a requirement in determining whether this permit should be issued, the value of doing this project in Currituck, what it brings overall to Currituck County economically. This rebuts that.
Okay. And to Commissioner Beaumont's point, any action this board takes tonight, either pro or con, will stand on the record, and the motion that we make that is subject to review by higher level, i.e. Superior Court.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Next is Dr. Ronnie Henninger. Dr. Henninger.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Dr. Ron Heininger. I'm a professor in the crop, soils, and environmental science department at North Carolina State University. I'm a resident of Edenton, North Carolina, in Chowan County. As some of you are aware, I've expressed concerns over the last 6 to 8 months about the impact of solar facilities on agriculture in North Carolina, but tonight I'd like to address the impact of this facility in particular on the environment of the surrounding community. In particular, I'd like to talk a little bit about the importance of these holding ponds that we've already seen discussed in this board tonight in several different ways. I think it's important to understand what these holding ponds do. These were not ancillary additions to the golf course for the purposes of aesthetic value. These had practical uses in controlling and maintaining nutrient runoff from this site and in mitigating the environmental impacts of water, which everyone agrees runs from this site onto adjoining properties. These ponds, because of the standing water, allow nutrients to denitrify, salts to salt out, pesticides to be contained and degraded before they are released into surrounding water. So as we remove these holding ponds, from these, and this was important for a golf course because, of course, you're using fertilizers and pesticides in the maintenance of that golf course. So they were an essential feature to the development of that course and the relationship of that course to its surrounding neighbors. That same essential feature that is there for that golf course is needed for this application as well. Because indeed, as we've already heard talked about here today, there'll be pesticides used here, there'll be herbicides used in this case, there'll be fertilizers used in order to enhance the turf and grow the grass that has to grow in underneath these panels. So indeed, these ponds are still necessary in this application, and the removal of these ponds would be egregious impact on the surrounding environment. I think that's an important point that needs to be made as we think about the use permit for this and the impact of this use permit on its surrounding community, is that the removal of these ponds would be an environmental disaster, quite frankly, for this community. I think there's been a little bit of talk about USDA and federal lands here, and let me address that because it has a practical implication here. The United States Department of Agriculture and its administration of federal lands, particularly in the Southeast and North Carolina, will not permit solar facilities on federal lands in this state for one very good reason, because the environmental impact of that solar facility on federal lands is greater than the economic value to the environment. They have a simple model and formula that they use to determine whether or not they can locate a facility like this on a federal land, and it does not meet the requirements of that formula. If that's true for federal lands, how much more is that true for this parcel of land here in Grandy? So indeed, I think that does have some relevance to this conversation. With that, I'll certainly take some questions. That is the point that I think is most critical to this discussion.
Any questions? I just one observation. Inasmuch as the federal government is one of the biggest subsidy providers, I find it remarkable what you just said, that they won't allow, at least in North Carolina, if I understand what you said to be correct, at least North Carolina, they will not allow it.
It is. It's state by state. On certain federal lands in Arizona, you could put solar facilities on certain federal lands in Arizona, but not in North Carolina, because the environmental impact on vegetation, water, and others is too great in respect to the benefit of that facility.
And just a comment, I just find that remarkable. Any questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Heiniger.
I'm sorry. It's the applicant has an opportunity to rebut or to cross.
Yes, Doctor, I wanted to follow up on your statement about the federal lands. Really, in your understanding, what kind of federal lands are there in North Carolina?
Well, there's forestry lands administered by the Forestry Association. There's some federal lands in the United States military, provincial. There's other types of federal lands, some of which are administered by the USDA. The ones I'm talking about are primarily USDA property. Of course, others that are administered by the Department of Defense.
And the USDA property, that's mostly forest lands, the national forest,
The
etc.
national forest lands. There's some park lands, those types of lands scattered. There's a lot, actually, quite a bit of federal land in North Carolina, believe it or not.
And in those forest lands, you're saying that they will not allow solar farms, but wouldn't you agree that's not a use that you would generally find in a national forest anyway?
Well, it's not, certainly wouldn't be in harmony with it.
Well, I'm just talking about you
talking about harmony. Yeah.
Wouldn't find any large development in a national forest, correct?
Well, they do allow certain types of developments in national forest lands, particularly when they complement the needs of the communities and the surrounding area. For instance, they'll allow transmission towers to be placed on a forest land, substations, some of the other types of utilities are permitted.
And are you aware of the solar facility that is planned for Camp Lejeune?
I am not.
Okay.
I think that is a Department of Defense area, though.
So you're your comment is limited to the USDA, the forest lands.
Primarily, that's right. That was the model that was developed, and indeed.
And you mentioned that they do have them in, I guess, western states. Is that right? Where
Yes,
there's more
Arizona.
open land?
There's some federal lands in Arizona that have been permitted for solar facilities.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Next, we have Bruce Souter, MAI appraiser, North Carolina certified appraiser.
Mr. Chairman, commissioners, and ladies and gentlemen in the room, my name is Bruce Sauter, pronounced Sauter, and I live in Greenville. I'm a certified appraiser in North Carolina, and I've been a member of the Appraisal Institute for 38 years. I had an office at Kill Devil Hills for a number of years. My first assignment in Currituck County was the Ranchlands property in Moyock in the late 70s for banks. Most of my appraisal work is for banks and some for tax work for tax attorneys. I've done appraisals for the Internal Revenue Service, for lots of counties, for ad valorem tax purposes. In 1984, I did the appraisal on Walnut Island. In the past 15 years, I've appraised 4 golf courses up here, and Goose Creek and Mill Run in Moyock 3 times. And I want to say that one of the chief duties of an appraiser when it comes into an area is to determine highest and best use. If you don't know what that is, then you're kind of floundering around. You need to determine highest and best use. That's one of the important parts of an appraisal process. Then you can find properties that satisfy or look at the land use characteristics around to satisfy highest and best use. I say that because my last appraisal of Goose Creek was in 2012 prior to the foreclosure action. It was still operational then. I met Bill Jernigan and his wife there, but pretty much his handwriting was on the wall. At that time, I had some information and understanding of the land use plan. I understood that Grandy was in the full-service designated area in the lower Currituck, just like Mill Run and Eagle Creek subdivision up there is all in the other full-service area. The single-family residential property across Highway 158, the development around Goose Creek, the Currituck Club. I concluded at that time that the highest and best use of that land was for single-family residential purposes. You know, some people buy lots on golf courses that don't play golf. They do it because they want that open space. So the fact that that land is fallow there really doesn't have a whole lot of difference. When you buy a piece of property, you hope and pray that one day it's going to be worth more than what you paid for it, especially if it's a long-term or it's your only investment. I'm sure a lot of the people around Goose Creek that bought lots or built houses up there had those same feelings. Now, I understand that Mr. Kirkland is qualified, and he presented a lot of information about these areas where solar facilities went in adjacent to subdivisions, and he determined that there was not any loss in value. I didn't hear any information about increases in value, though. I mean, if you lived around Goose Creek and you had a $250,000 home there and you've owned it for 25 years or 20 years or 15 years, you would hope that when you sold your property, it would be worth more. School's not out yet in Currituck County. All these examples that Mr. Kirkland presented are in Goldsboro, Chapel Hill, some in Tennessee, none in Currituck County, because there's not enough evidence yet to make that decision. What's going to happen? There's only really two big solar facilities here in Shawboro and Moyock, and they're not in, it's just like in Elizabeth City. There's a huge one outside the bypass in a soybean field. Most of them, I go around Eastern, I was in Ocracoke last Tuesday doing a hotel. I'm in Jacksonville working on a marina and a hotel. I'm all over the eastern part of the state. I see these everywhere. Very few of them are in subdivisions or next to subdivisions. Most of them are out in farm fields, just like in Shawboro, just like up in Moyock. So there's really no quantitative evidence right now or empirical evidence in this county. I'm not saying that that's in Goldsboro, maybe that's the case, or in Chapel Hill, maybe that's the case. But here, I don't think we can really tell what's going to happen. I don't think we can really say there's no diminution in value here. I couldn't say that. Just like I can't say there's going to be an increase in value by putting that solar field there. The characteristic of that tract of land, it's one of the last open spaces that's designated full service that could be developed. I mean, I understand Grandy has taken over the Walnut Island sewer facility and a subdivision across the road. At some point, I think the land use plan says up to 4 units per acre if the facilities are available. But at a very minimum, 2 units per acre. And if you take 100 acres of land and take out 25% of it for streets, that's about 150 homes that could go in that. And when you look at and I've looked at the growth here. I've been working in Currituck County for 30 years. Grandy is growing. I mean, everything stopped all over the place when we had the crunch. And we're still not totally out of the crunch. But I can tell you that in 2004, when I did the appraisal, 28,000 rounds of golf were played at Goose Creek. In 2012, 6,000 rounds. So the golf course industry tanked all over the place. And it's unfortunate, but it did. But that doesn't mean that the property owners around it are going to suffer because there isn't a golf course there. Because like I said, many people buy golf course lots and don't play golf. And the future and the long-term potential here, if you put 4 units per acre out there, if you could get sewer there, and it's a possibility, I mean, there could be 300 homes out there. And think about the tax base for the long term. I'm talking about decades, not a short term like a solar. There are plenty of places in Currituck County to locate solar facilities. Nobody wants one in their backyard. Most people see them and they're out in the country and that's what's coming. I think the question here is, what's the future of that land? Who benefits from that installation? The property owner, the contractor, and the operators. The county will sum on a short-term basis. If the application is denied, everybody in this room benefits. The county, and specifically Grandy, will benefit. So I have tried to keep my comments on this property here. But the same holds true for Mill Creek, which is now fallow, and Eagle subdivision all around it. 200 or 300 homes up there. That's in a full service area. And several hundred homes right here in Grandy, especially in the Carolina Club and around Goose Creek there.
Mr. Souter, in your opinion, is the solar proposal, this project, in harmony with the highest and best use in the property?
No, it's not. It doesn't blend with this is a decades-old residential community here. This is not something like Elizabeth City where this big thing is out in a soybean field. You are inserting, it's almost like you make this application, you pass this application tonight, and what you have in appraisal terminology is a legal non-conforming use. That use does not conform to anything in this neighborhood, which speaks to its harmony. It's not a harmonious use. It's not to say that, it's in a commercial area or out in an agricultural area. I think all the properties across the street, on Highway 158 are zoned residential. And even though this property was zoned agricultural, when I did my appraisal of Goose Creek, the frontage was general business, but the golf course tract of 100 acres, agricultural zoning in the full service area permits single-family residential development, and that was really what led me to conclude my highest and best use. So I'll be glad to entertain any questions.
Mr. Sauter, how would you define harmony?
A blend. You have to blend with the neighborhood. You can't, the golf course necessarily could be harmonious or not harmonious. I want to say in some subdivisions, the zoning will permit a government building like a school or a municipal building. In some zonings, I don't know how it is in Grandy, but
I guess my question is, you're referring to use, harmonious use.
Highest and best use, that's right.
And we're tasked to look at things that are in harmony with the surrounding properties.
Okay.
And so my specific question is, I've got I've got the vocabulary, the dictionary definition of harmony, and I'm trying to find out what that looks like. How does harmony look like in between a subdivision and a piece of property?
Harmonious uses would be parks, okay? Something that would enhance the public benefit. Streetscapes, water features, maybe a community club with tennis courts. Things like that would enhance the lifestyle of the community would be examples of harmonious uses.
In your opinion, is there a stark contrast between a residential neighborhood and a solar facility?
I think there is. I can't find any in this county, and none in Pasquotank County. In Elizabeth City, most of those solar, there's 3 or 4 of them over there, like I mentioned, the one in Elizabeth City, the outside the bypass, but there's several other there, and they are in rural areas and in agricultural areas. But in the land use plan, these solar facilities, I think, are only permitted in agricultural areas. They're not permitted in general business. They're not permitted in industrial. I think that's already been brought up tonight. So there's kind of a conundrum here in the zoning. It is a conditional use, but it is allowed under the conditional use application in ag land.
Okay, any other questions? Sir.
Mr. Sauter, have you performed any professional evaluations of properties adjacent to solar farms?
No.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay. Thank you very much.
We had a couple individuals, given the hour, I'm not sure. You, Mr. Whitson, you care to say anything more? Mr. Fentress?
I hate to bring this up at such a late date, but I feel like I have to. If I didn't. I'm Steve Fentress. I live at 247 Grandy Road. As far as my expertise, just be brief. I spent 32 years as a highway-heavy marine construction and commercial building, Class A unlimited license in Virginia. I no longer hold that license since I retired, and I've given it up last 4 or 5 years ago. I'd like to talk a little bit about the drainage some. It kind of took me off guard because at the planning board, it seemed to me that the planning decided that the county would do a more exploratory and handle this drainage that's out there. And now I understand it's back in the spotlight. Am I right in assuming that the county's not going to have a drainage or storm plan, Mr. Woody, for this course? Because it seemed like planning decided, after all those questions were asked and they approved it, that they were going to do that.
The property's not subject to the Currituck County Stormwater Manual.
Well, I understand that, but I took it to mean that even though it was not, because one board member said that isn't our law tougher than the state's? So what I heard there, I guess I misunderstood or didn't hear. But in any case, evidently, it's not going to be studied any further for drainage or retention ponds or anything like that at this point?
I think, now the rest of the board, anyone can correct me, I think the engineer for the applicant spoke to a stormwater that they would be willing and or would do a stormwater study.
Okay,
Now,
I thought that's what she said.
I could be wrong, but that's my recollection. It was several hours ago.
Yeah, I know, and I caught that. And I'm just, but some of the things she said, I'm skeptical of, and one of these things, first of all, I do know how deep those ponds are. They range from 8.5 feet deep to a shelf at 3, an average of 6.5 feet deep, every one of them. And they do contain, a question was asked before, 12.5 million gallons of water. That's how much they contain. And as far as she mentioned something about the topos, I'd like to see those, and I know how to read them. I used to take them. That they have enough fill on site with the greens and the tees to fill 4.5 feet of all these ponds. My takeoff for those greens and tees was about 4,000 cubic yards. Wouldn't come anywhere near filling up 4.5 feet of those ponds. Just barely cover the bottom. Anyway, I'd like to object to the fact that this drainage is taken so lightly, and her finding that there is 1,500 feet of drainage by 3 drop inlets from Uncle Graham Road to the parking lot at Goose Creek. 1,500 feet of Highway 158 drainage by 3 drop inlets that goes into that big pond on the course. And there is one outlet. That's only one. Now there's one that comes off of Savannah and meets at Barry Walker's ditch that comes off of the big one behind the clubhouse. But that is one drain. It comes into one drain, goes under the Food Line parking lot, and out to the Currituck Sound. That's where it goes. That's the only outlet. Now, all the other inlets, and there are 11 of them, and I had them on, in my planning board meeting, I had every one of them drawn up in blue. They were supposed to be made permanent record, but I didn't expect to see the drainage be a problem here at this one, so I didn't make any more. But they should be a drawing in the file showing all 11 drain inlets going into the course and draining into those ponds, and all those ponds are connected. They do hold 12.5 million gallons of water. And it will take, including the greens and the elevated tees, which is not like Carolina Club. They're very low. They're not like the Carolina Club is. It will still take 79,000 cubic yards to fill those ponds. That I can bet you. That I know. And just a couple more things. Mr. Rogers, you are classified by Currituck County as industrial use. And that's in section 10.4.5 under utilities. And you are under solar arrays. You are an industry according to Currituck County. And according to a lot of other definitions too. I have a handout that I'd like to give to the board tonight. It's our community's basic recommendations, so to speak, if this is approved. If I could, if you don't mind, I'd like to send them around.
Again, I mean, you can give them to us, but if the people that did not generate that information and are not here to testify to it.
They are.
They are.
They are.
May I see?
Yeah, give him a copy.
And I don't mean to burden you all with more paperwork, but I think some of these are necessary, especially number 7 and 8. And the reason I think that, and I'll just be clear, I have looked at every drawing of Moyock and of Scarborough. The building inspector gave me every one. The panels at Scarborough were changed twice. I got one copy from the building inspector signed by Bill Nunes. They're here. What was actually put in was another panel called Build Your Dreams. And they were also made in China. It's very suspect. There is no building permit that was required in Moyock. Unfortunately, there was a general contractor at Scarborough. And Mr. Rogers is right, he didn't build it. The only thing he does is he buys the electricity from Duke at a reduced rate. That's according to Duke Energy. I talked to out there. There were no contractors used
Chairman,
except out of...
Yes, sir.
I would object to any kind of testimony of anyone he's talked to at Duke Energy about anything.
Okay.
I
understand that. I made a mistake there. Anyway, there were no contractors, local contractors used at Scarborough at all. There was no building inspection at Scarborough. I have the building inspector's log. Even though there were tons of steel, piles were being driven, panels were being erected, there was no inspection of the connections to any of this by the building inspector's office. The reason being, it's a little new for the building inspector's offices here. There are codes that you go by, International Building Codes, ASTMs, NEC, National Electrical Code, and ANSI and a few other concrete codes, ACI. There was no other inspection other than electrical on Scarborough. There is a problem with one of the connections, and that's the aluminum frame to the carbon steel. I was an expert witness in a case like that a few years ago. That's called electrolysis, galvanic corrosion. When you marry two different pieces of steel, a ferrous to a non-ferrous, you create a battery. That's metallurgically and chemically true. You add a little water and a little salt, which we have both here, and you've got a real corrosive problem. Bad. It can be proven, and I've looked at the resistivity of the soils on both jobs. Resistivity is fine. The soil samples were fine on both. And I know how to look at all these. I drove piles all my life. The pile test reports were all done in accordance with ASTM, but nothing was inspected by the building inspector. Nothing. These connections between that frame and that carbon, the aluminum frame and that carbon steel, are dangerous. Especially, and I could give you a handout on galvanic corrosion, but it's probably too late, but very simply, it is an electrical charge, and it starts a corrosion, sometimes is within 6 weeks, might take 6 years, depending on the condition, but it is going to happen. When that happens, that weakest link is at those panels. So, if I could, I don't want to bore you with a whole lot for you to read, but if you could just pay attention to one of the biggest requirements, I think, on any solar panel job that goes in Currituck County ought to be inspected. And this addresses other things, but 7 or 8 are very important if I could hand them out.
And while he's doing that, I'd like to go ahead and offer some comments in conclusion to our presentation in opposition. You've heard about this area of the property, the full service community. I think you all brought it up. It's a very important part of Lower Currituck, and the development, the ultimate development and use of that property from this day forward 30 years out means a lot to this county, should mean a lot to this county. You've heard a lot from both Ecoplexus and the opponents about uncertainties. They've admitted there are certain uncertainties, and you've heard even more about the lack of accountability, the lack of inspections. It should be apparent that there is more to understand, as DEQ noted. The lack of oversight in solar power plants and the impact it will have on North Carolina counties has yet to be determined. We've got 3 already, 2 approved, and this is the 3rd one. It's time to pull back. This is not the time to approve another solar power plant in Currituck County. The proponents have not demonstrated that this development will not endanger public health or safety. They have not demonstrated that it will not injure the value of adjoining or abutting lands, or that it will be in harmony with the area in which it's located, which is that new full-service community area that's going to grow, and it's not in conformity with the land use plan. For that reason, we would respectfully request that you deny this application for permit.
Thank you. We're at the stage now, I think, where I have 3 people who are signed up for the public hearing. I have been beseeched by a fellow commissioner to take just a very brief 2 or 3 minute break. When we come back, we'll have rebuttal by the applicant, and then we'll have the surrebuttal by opposition, and that should conclude, with the exception of the conversation and decision by the board, this matter. So, with that, 3 or less minute break.
Mr. Chairman, before you move to the other members of the public, I don't have any objection to the list of additional conditions that Mr. Fentress passed up to you. I'm not saying we agree with them, but I don't object to it being an exhibit and being considered by you. I do object to the thing that was passed out earlier, I think during the presentation of the first witness, as being hearsay and not having any foundation laid for it.
Noted. Before we get into the public comment, during the break, I spoke with our planner, Mr. Woody, and asked him, there was a statement made about inspections and whatever, and that got my attention. So with that, I want to ask Mr. Woody to speak to what the county has done relative to the other projects that were cited with regard to inspections and with those items that were brought up.
So electrical components are inspected by the building inspector. Electrical trenches, bonding, and connections are inspected per the National Electric Code. There's two ways that foundations are required to be inspected. One is if a concrete pad footing is used and foundation inspections are needed, and our building inspector would do that. If panels require a helix anchoring system or other type of anchoring system, then foundations are not needed. Foundation inspections are not done by the county, but rather are covered by a special inspection report that's required to be submitted from the contractor. And I want to note two other things is the General Assembly has passed legislation recently that says the county has to accept special inspection reports from other types of professionals such as engineers. So there's instances where we're bound to do that. Additionally, that similar legislation passed by the General Assembly also says the county can't add any inspections beyond what the mandatory inspections are in general statutes. So we're kind of tied up on what we can do, but under those parameters I just outlined, inspections are occurring.
And, Mr. Woody, could you please confirm for me whether or not a building permit was issued on the two facilities?
It probably would have been an electrical permit, but it goes through our building permit review, through the building inspection office, and the chief building inspector would have looked at that. So,
all right.
Electrical permit in this case, if they use the helix anchors, there would be a special inspection report required, but not a traditional build. It's not a building, so it's not a traditional building permit.
All righty. I have here the public hearing sign-up list. I have 3 people on it. The first one, I think, was on the original or the previous one, and the person elected not to speak. It was and I'm going to mispronounce the last name. Wilsbicki? James? He's home watching the UNC game. All righty. Mr. Williams, Ron Williams. That's another basketball fan.
Heels by 2.
Huh? What's that?
Heels by 2.
Oh. And then Laura Darden.
Hi, my name is Laura Darden, and we have 5 acres at 214 Uncle Graham Road. I had left an envelope, a manila envelope, and it says 214 Uncle Graham. It's got pictures that I had taken at the farm of the water and the flooding. And there's one pond that is beside our property, and when we get a lot of rain, that water will actually go in to our property. And at some places, the water actually will get up to my knees. So like the back half of our property, we left it natural. It's like 2.5 acres. And it's heavily treed, and we're not cutting any more trees from there. But the first 2.5 acres, we've removed some trees, but we left a lot of the big hardwood. And I think if we took any more trees down at this point, it would just be a disaster. I mean, because what's there now, I know absorbs a lot of the water, but not to mention, the wildlife out there, the whole reason that we picked that spot. We're supposed to retire there, build a house. I have my horse, donkey, 2 goats, 3 pigs. And unfortunately, this time of year, they have dry areas, but there's a lot of standing water out there. And I've actually tried to get up with him a couple of times. I've left a business card, and we've talked, and I said, hey, come out. He acted very concerned. He was going to come out and meet me at the farm when we were going to talk about the water and the drainage and the effect of filling in the ponds and the little bit of wildlife we do have out there. By all means, I am all about clean energy. I voted for clean energy. When windmill energy. I have nothing against solar panels, but I think that they need to be put up in an appropriate place, not where it's going to create more havoc toward a situation that's already kind of bad now. But with that, I think I've pretty much covered what I needed to say.
Is this the packet that you're referring to?
The other one.
The other one?
That one, well, that's also one, that was one my fiance put together that he forgot to tell you about, but the ones with the pictures.
All right, and
And-
do you want to, I've not looked at these.
Yes, I want to, and I apologize for the ink. Some of the pictures didn't turn out real well because my ink went bad, but you'll get an idea of what I'm talking about with the water. 50% of our property right now is underwater. And every time it rains and those ponds fill up with that one, it'll seep right over into our property. And I've asked him to come out and look, and he's never addressed me or contacted me or anything.
Mr. McCree, would the proper procedure be to, to allow council to look at?
Yes, I'll let council.
Let council
take a
look at
see
them
if there's any
for the applicant and let him review that and
again,
see whether he.
I apologize for the ink, but I kind of threw it together real fast. The ones at the top are probably the worst. Probably. They kind of got pink and blurry. And like right now it's standing water everywhere. Of course, you could always see the water lines on them. We actually had to take logs and make a little log bridge to get back to the animals to feed. I just kind of had gotten the impression that there was just no care or concern about the whole issue, but.
Well, before I pass them around, I was going to ask for the applicant's attorney whether or not he wanted to challenge before I handed them around.
I'm assuming that these are photographs you've taken of your
yes,
property?
Yeah.
I don't have any objection.
And I can go out there right now and even take more, and it's even worse than those, but I'm busy all the time taking care of the animals and working, and I
All right.
apologize, I just came from the farm.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I don't have anyone else signed up for this, so we're going into the stage now to be the rebuttal by the applicant. It should be limited in scope to the issues raised by the opponent or the opposition.
In a long evening, I have a bit of good news for you. We don't have any rebuttal evidence that we're going to present. I would like, I know opposing counsel has made his closing arguments. I would like just a couple minutes to be able to do that, if that's permissible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. I know you've heard a lot of information, some of it 2-3 times tonight, and I appreciate that. And we appreciate you giving us the time to present our case. Unlike the rezoning, which is a legislative decision, you're really bound by state law here in terms of the issuance of special use permits. And the requirements, as echoed in your local ordinance, are you look at the following questions: whether or not the use will endanger the public health or safety, whether or not the use will injure the adjoining or abutting lands and will be in harmony with the area in which it is located, whether or not the use will be in conformity with the land use plan or other officially adopted plans, and the last one, which is not tremendously applicable here, but whether or not the use will exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities, including but not limited to schools, fire, rescue, law enforcement, and county facilities. Those are the things that you look at, not what the highest and best use of the land is, but it's our burden as the applicant to prove those things to you. And I would contend that we've presented evidence that has not been sufficiently rebutted to prove those things tonight. Mr. Kirkland has talked about solar farms and how they operate, and has given his expert opinion that there's no health or safety danger to the community as a result of the operation of one of these solar farms. You've also heard a lot of another common issue that's real in use permits and zonings, but it's not really applicable in solar farms, is traffic, and there's little or no traffic in the normal operation of a solar farm. You have heard a lot about drainage, and I would contend to you that Ms. Hamby, our engineer, has presented information to you that would allow you to find that there would not be any additional drainage problems beyond what's already there. Obviously, the federal and state law prohibit us from putting any additional water on anybody else's property than already goes on the property. And we are hopeful that we might even be able to improve the situation some. There's a pretty large buffer there, 300 feet, and we're planning to use some of that as a holding area, and we may be able to divert some water that goes on to our neighbors now, or maybe it comes from somewhere else and ends up on our neighbors. We may be able to divert or make that situation better. That's certainly our goal. But by law, we cannot make it any worse, and we'll obviously adhere to that. The value of the adjoining or abutting lands, you've heard from Mr. Kirkland that he's looked at approximately 200 solar farms, and he's done a match pair analysis that shows that there is no statistical difference between the house that is sold before the solar farm came and the house that's sold after the solar farm came in the same subdivision. And I would contend to you that that's the best evidence you can get of this particular question that you have to ask. And it is, as Mr. Kirkland said, the question is not, whether one individual might or might not buy a particular piece of property. It's, you have to look at it generally in terms of all the properties. Mr. Kirkland also presented evidence that he believes, in his professional opinion, that this use would be in harmony with this area by virtue of his look at the 200-plus solar farms in North Carolina, some in very rural areas, some in very urban areas. He has concluded that solar farms adjacent to residential homes are a compatible and harmonious use, and you do see that across the state. You did not hear from the appraiser who spoke for the opposition that he had done any type studies. His opinion, which certainly he's a very qualified appraiser, but he's not looked at solar in particular. And his opinion has more to do with the value of that particular piece of property, the golf course, and what its highest and best use was, as opposed to whether or not a solar farm would injure the property next door. So while I'm not contending that he's not a qualified appraiser, I don't think he was looking at the right question, which is the question that you have to look at. That the use will be in conformity with the land use plan and other officially adopted plans. If you look at your preliminary staff findings, there are a number of policies there that we agree with, that we think are consistent with your land use plan, and that this is an acceptable use. You have identified agricultural property as an acceptable zoned place for solar farms, and this is an agriculturally zoned property. Lastly, there's no issue about having to do public facilities here because the solar farm really doesn't need any. Has very limited infrastructure requirements from public utilities, nothing at all really, as opposed to a subdivision that you might approve. And if you build 350 new houses there, you're going to have to build a school at some point. But this is really, the question is, how do you answer those four questions? And I would remind you of something that your attorney spoke about very early on in this proceeding, that
that you have to consider competent evidence. You can't consider hearsay. You can't consider mere opinion that's not based on some sort of experience or expertise. You've heard a lot of things tonight about what about this and what about that, and I'm concerned about this and I'm concerned about that. But you haven't heard any real evidence that there is any safety problem with the solar facility. You've just heard concerns. And so your job is to make your decision based on real evidence. And I would contend to you that as the applicant, we have met our burden and have presented that evidence, and therefore I would ask you to follow the law and grant the permit for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the audience, if you hear every once in a while a little like noise, it's one of our commissioners has a medical device on that it kind of sort of sounds like a phone, but it's not, and it's a medical device. So I don't want you to think that I asked y'all to cut your phones off, but we're using ours, because we're not. So now, there was no rebuttal, so I don't know if a rebuttal is appropriate. Do you?
I would just say this because Mr. Fox, who put on an excellent presentation along with his team, has hit on some of the legal issues that Mr. McCree has started the meeting off with. And anyone, he's correct in everything he said, but here's the big difference. Any one of those criteria that you must find, if you don't find it, that's sufficient to deny this permit. And the easiest one of all four is the lack of conformity of this project and use with the land use plan, which was a part of the rezoning. We hit on that pretty hard. That's the easy part. These are solar power plants. They call them farms. They don't grow any crops. They're solar power plants. They're industrial use, and they're not compatible with this particular area. The other one that several of you picked up on already is the lack of harmony. These uses are not in harmony with the rest of this property in the surrounding area. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, I want to close the public hearing and ask the board for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to deny PB 1525 due to the applicant has not demonstrated the proposed use meets the use permit review standards of the UDO as follows. The use will endanger the public health or safety of the community in that the water drainage has not been adequately addressed to ensure that the amount of water that needs to vacate that property will be able to do so safely. Second, the fill plan that was described, there's a significant disparity with the amount of material that's available on the site for backfilling the ponds aboard that I believe will create, or that I believe evidence would indicate creates a additional water drainage issue. The testimony also provided by the applicant that relative to the use of chemicals on the property, specifically herbicides, that their use and or amount is unspecified, and with that is kind of open the door to whatever it takes, and without some limitation there, I believe that the quantity of chemicals necessary to maintain that facility is going to be excessive and a health hazard to those around. Furthermore, the use will injure the value of adjoining or abutting lands. Actually, I take that back. The use is not in harmony with the neighborhood beside it, in that, based upon the expert testimony of Mr. Sauter, the property is not in harmony with the adjacent residential neighborhoods. It provides a stark contrast to the adjacent subdivision. And then finally, the use will not be in conformity with the land use plan, in that it is a large facility that is being reverted to or being used in a manner that would not be conducive in a full-service district.
You have a motion.
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? All right. Motion passes. Next item on the for public hearing is public hearing and act, well, I'll wait a moment here to let the, what's that? If we could, folks, we have not concluded our business for tonight, so if we could kind of keep it down a little bit, I would be appreciated. All right, the next matter before the board is public hearing and action, PB 16-01, Guinea Mine, request for a use permit to operate a 9.5 acre sand mine at tax map 15, parcel 34 and 35 in Moyock Township. Since this is a use permit, will any of the interested parties please come forward for swearing in? All right. Do you and each of you swear the testimony you give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. With that, we'll open the hearing.
Just think, if our meeting started at 7 o'clock, it would be
After 12.
now.
Mr. Chairman, this is a request for a use permit for a mining operation. The property, as you can see on the aerial photograph, is just north of the old alignment of 168. And to orient you somewhat, it's kind of south east of the existing Squirrel Mine, where you have the larger mining operation. This property is full service on the land use plan. It is split zoned. I think a portion of it's ag and a portion of it is general business. You can see here the site plan. And this is essentially a relatively small mining operation that's actually proposed. Access to the site is through an abandoned 30-foot right-of-way to the kind of south and east of this. You can see on the map there, it comes from the lower right-hand side. The property is 31 acres. The area that is intended to be mined is 9.5 acres, which is 30% of the area, which is what our UDO limits mining to. On this particular map, on the top of the drawing, you see an additional 5.5 acres designated as Phase 2. Under our ordinance, if a mine operates in compliance without violations for a period of 5 years, then the applicant or the owner is able to come in and request additional excavation area at that time. One thing that the board has to approve as you consider this, if you move forward with it, is setbacks. Mines are required to maintain a 100-foot setback. However, that setback can be reduced to 50 feet whenever the mine has screening or adjoins vacant or agricultural land. They are requesting a setback reduction along one of the property lines. There's actually, I believe, an existing pond that encroaches into the setback area, but still maintains a 50-foot setback. This particular mine only has one well within the required distance, and I'm forgetting the distance, 1,500 feet, excuse me. There's only one well within 1,500 feet, and so they have the option of doing a hydrological study, which doesn't make a lot of sense for one well within 1,500 feet. Or they can post a performance guarantee to cover the cost of that well if any of the dewatering on this property has a negative impact on that well, and they are proposing to post the required performance guarantee. They are proposing to dewater this mine as part of the excavation activity. They have the discharge permit issued from the state. The dewatering actually initially goes into kind of a settlement area where the solids or the sediment will settle. I think at some point it overflows into a wetland area that's wooded, And if it gets, and Mr. Lyric, and if it gets through that, eventually it goes to a ditch that then goes out to the Rolling Creek Canal. So I do think while it is dewatered, it will take the water a couple of steps to actually even get off the property. And I think some of that's intended to hold on the property to remove sediment, but also to do some recharge of the groundwater in that area. This property has been reviewed by the TRC. The TRC does recommend adoption of the use permit, subject to the conditions of the approval. If the board does adopt this permit, we would ask that you include the TRC recommendations in your approval motion. Planning board heard this request at their March meeting, and they did recommend approval because the use will not endanger the public safety, will not injure the value of adjoining property, will be in harmony with the area, consistent with the land use plan, and does not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities. At this point, I can answer any questions you have.
Any questions? I have one quick one. That is the pond, is it going to be subdivided into cells, or is there going to be the dewatering of the entirety of the site?
To me, and I want the applicant to verify this, to me it appears that the pond where it dewaters into is actually either a cell or somehow apart from the larger mining operation. It appears to have a pump, I guess, that pushes into that area.
That's right. It'll be separate from the sediment pond until it gets to the extent that the 9.5 acres is mined out, and then the sediment pond would join into acreage. But it's there simply to treat the water and try to minimize the impact off the property.
Any other questions for Mr. Woody? All right, hearing none, I'm going to have the applicant and/or his representative speak to this application, if you would, sir.
Just for the record, I'm Wayne Leary. I'm a consultant to Billis Brewer, the owner and operator. It's been presented accurately, so I'm here to answer questions.
Any questions from the board concerning this application?
One quick one. You're asking one area to be reduced down from 100 to 50 foot? Is that what I understood?
The existing pond, which we will use as a sediment pond, encroaches in that 100 foot, and we would like to keep it that way. Just that 50 foot, just that area where that less than 1 acre pond is. Okay. So the rest of the property will have a 100 foot setback.
Right.
And the ordinance allows that reduction with approval of the board. Now, I'll note in this case there really is, there's not adjoining residential uses on that property line. It literally backs up to just open farmland.
And that's the one down towards the 1 acre sediment pond?
Correct,
Towards
correct. Yeah, on your plan it's a 1 acre sediment pond.
Got it. Okay, got it. Good. Fine.
Mr. Leary, I just have one, actually two questions. The easement that you have, no issues with that, using that easement? And then secondly, what's the hours of operations that you'll be operating the mine?
We will be operating in accordance to the county's regulations. And so
7 days a week?
We'll abide by those. And far as the road, right away to Guinea Road, that was formerly it was a highway that went from Sligo to Moyock, and the state abandoned that property. I mean that road, and but in abandoning it, according to our attorney, we still have access to that road.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, sir. I have here the public hearing sign-up sheet. Nobody is on it, plus nobody's come up to be sworn. So, any board questions relative to this? All right, hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask the board for a motion.
Move for approval with the staff's findings and planning board.
Second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion, matter passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Board. Have a good night.
Don't you go home and watch that basketball game before we get out of here now.
I'm not a Carolina man,
Okay.
and John knows it.
All righty.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'm asked to, the board would allow me to recuse myself on this next agenda item for a potential conflict of interest.
All right.
What are you talking about?
What,
This one here?
Yes.
Mr. McCree, what findings do we need? I know we have to vote to allow it. What findings do we need to base it upon?
Well, you do me like you do everybody else. You make a motion, somebody seconds it,
That
and you
all it
allow me
is?
to be excused.
Well, the statute provides that a commissioner is required to vote on a matter unless it involves their personal financial interest or relates to their individual character. I think it's a statutory term, but if not, it's late. Sorry. You need to make a determination as to whether, I think it would be for a conflict of or financial interest.
Yes, sir.
And if you so determined, then to excuse Commissioner O'Neill from participating.
See, I knew it was more to it than just doing it. So is that the basis for your request?
That's my request, sir.
I'll make a motion that we recuse Commissioner O'Neill.
I second it.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No.
You just can't leave.
I'm going to watch the ball game. I'll let y'all know what the score is.
All right. This is public hearing and action for PB 1602, Jimmy Lewis Automobile Sales, request for a use permit for automobile sales at tax map 108, parcel 94F, Poplar Branch Township. Any of the people interested or have an interest in providing testimony in this manner, please come forward to be sworn. Do you swear that the testimony you're going to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All righty. We'll open the public hearing, and Mr. Woody.
I want to thank Mr. Lewis for his patience, because this is going to be the simplest use permit application that we've done perhaps in the 8 years I've been here, and he has, I think, you've been pretty much last on the planning board agenda. You've been after that solar farm both times, haven't you? He's put a lot of patience into getting to this point. This is a use permit for the property, for the State Line prefabricated building sales property in Grandy, and what this gentleman's looking to do is add a used car sales component to the property. I think he's trying to diversify the property and make sure it's still a viable commercial use in the Grandy location. The infrastructure is there in place. We've got a number of standards that relate to used car sales in the corridor, and he actually meets those as the site is sitting. So there's really nothing to talk about, and staff has reviewed this, and we recommend approval.
All right. For the applicant, do you have anything to present?
He kind of summed it up. My dad put that store there 15 years ago, and it's never really recovered from the recession. And it was my intent to close the store in December. But we've got a good salesman there who's struggling to keep a job, and that's really why I'm adding the auto sales to our existing lineup of product, is just to find a way to keep the doors open. That's pretty much it.
All righty.
There won't be any kind of auto service work there. We're not doing restoration work or changing oil or anything like that, so there won't be junk cars and oil and gas and used car parts sitting around. It will be a nice looking
Yeah, that was going to be one of my questions. Are you planning on storing any older, junked up vehicles or anything like that?
It's not going to
Okay.
be the eyesore that we saw in Moyock.
What's the address there? What's the address there? Or what is it across from? I mean,
It's across the street from the car wash,
okay.
which has to be the busiest thing in Grandy, I think.
Any other questions for the applicant by the board?
I'll make a motion that we Oh, I'm sorry.
But yeah, just one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have nobody signed up, and nobody came up to be sworn, so there's no opposition that is present and no public comment. Having no more board questions, we're going to close the public hearing, and I'll ask the board for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move to approve PB 16-02 with the staff recommendations. I mean, it meets all four of the criterias. I mean, it's in a full service area. I mean, it's zone general business. It's not going to endanger any health or safety, and I said it meets all the requirements.
Second that motion.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Somebody needs. Is somebody going to retrieve Paul?
If they can find him.
Either one is coming back.
Yeah, I think they probably both
Have
left.
Dan get excused.
I'll go get
Here's our
Dan.
deputy. We might need to go.
I'm not bringing him back. I'm going to join him.
Okay.
Students' events are now officially done.
All righty. We have under old business, we have the consideration and action PB 14-16 Lakeview at Currituck Development Agreement Amendment, request to amend the development agreement between Currituck County and Survey Road LLC for property located in Moyock on Survey Road west of the intersection with Currituck Highway. Tax map 15, parcels 83A, 83B, 83C, 83D, 83E, Moyock Township. Included with this during our last meeting is consideration and action PB 07-10 Lakeview at Currituck. Request to amend the sketch, which is the master plan, preliminary plat, and the use permit to allow 13 additional residential lots in the planned unit development located off of Survey Road in Moyock, tax map 15, parcel 83A, 83B, 83C, and 83D, and 83E, Moyock Township. Now, if memory serves me correct, we had our public hearing. We closed it. The board tabled the motion pending a question to be answered relative to the percentage of the build-out relative to the HOA takeover. Is that correct, Mr. Woody? And if not, add to it. Or
That is correct. Following the continuance by Commissioner Hall, I have discussed with the applicant the concept of having the Lakeview at Currituck development fall under the HOA transition provisions of the current ordinance, and essentially that means that 75% lot sales, everything would transition to the HOA and fall under the requirements that are included in our new ordinance. I believe they were agreeable to that. You will want to confirm that with them. I would note if...
That is correct.
Okay, good. And when you make your motions, you have to make two. One is for the amended development agreement, which adds the 13 lots and some other timing provisions. And then the second motion is for the amended use permit. I think that would be the appropriate place to add a condition of approval related to the entire development being subject to the HOA transition provisions of the new ordinance.
all righty, we've heard from the applicant relative to the question that I think Commissioner Hall had requested an answer to. So, that being completed, then I would remand this to the board for a motion.
In the development agreements, the legislative motion and the use permit is a quasi-judicial motion with the condition.
If you'll have to give me a moment.
The development agreement, your first motion will be the legislative motion. You would want to say that the development agreement is consistent with the full service designation of the land use plan, and that it's reasonable in the public interest.
All right. I move to approve PB 1416 with staff recommendations because the request is consistent with the land use plan and is reasonable and in the public interest to do so.
All right, we have a motion.
Second motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Now relative to the use permit.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to approve PB 710 Lakeview at Currituck to include the transition of 75% and also including that the roads are at DOT standards at the time that that transition takes place.
And I will second that motion.
All right, just, my mind slipped a second. Do you have the HOA language in there?
That's the 75%.
Okay, very good.
The 75% transition is where the HOA, the property has to be at 75% before the developer can turn it over to the homeowners association.
That's part of your motion.
Right, and including that the roads are at DOT standard at that time.
And that's your second.
And you have to consider it all property. Yes.
All right, we have a motion and a second before the board. Any discussion? No further. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none in opposition, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen.
For your patience.
All right. Under new business, we have board appointments. Planning Board, I believe Commissioner O'Neill has.
Mr. Chairman, I'm waiting for someone to call me back on that, so I should have someone at the next meeting.
Very good, sir. And on the Economic Development Advisory Board, Mr. Commissioner Payment.
I think that, isn't that a consensus?
I think we have two.
There's Commissioner Payment has one, and then you have a consensus.
That's what I thought.
Well, I apologize. I thought we just had the consensus one, so I'm not running for that one.
All righty, so we'll carry that over to the next meeting or future meeting.
Yeah, how's your man?
Mr. Chair, let me. I'm sorry, I missed last meeting because I was sick, so I apologize. Trying to get caught up here, and I did talk to Al Rosette, and he agreed to continue on. I'd like to reappoint him to the Economic Development Board.
All right, we have a Mr. Al Marzetti that has been nominated for the Economic Development Board. Do I have a second? I'll second it. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Now the consensus. Are we ready to make that, or do we want to continue that? All right, we will continue that. Next item on the board is the consent agenda. Keep in mind, at the beginning of this meeting, we amended our agenda to remove item 5. So that is removed. Do I have
For approval, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second.
We have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Commissioners report. Commissioner Beaumont.
I have nothing.
Thank you.
Really quick, April 7th is a job fair at the high school from 1:30 to 6:30. For any businesses that are looking to hire folks, please come out there and hire our folks. Anybody's looking for a job, we'll see you there.
All righty. Commissioner Gilbert. Well, I'll go Commissioner O'Neill. How's that?
Mr. Chairman, I have nothing, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Payment.
Nothing right now, sir.
Commissioner Gilbert.
The only thing I have is I attended the Albemarle Commission's Regional Legislative Meeting and had the pleasure of being sitting with the panel of Representative Tyne and Steinberg and Senator Cook, and we discussed a lot of issues that the Albemarle Commission was supporting and sending to the legislation for review. And I was a little concerned when the Mid-County Bridge came up, and I think that we need to continue that momentum as far as sending letters to our legislators and to get on their calendars and continue to have the dialogue, because I feel like it's slipped a little bit with some of our representatives. So I just want to encourage everybody to continue that momentum and make the phone calls, send the letters to continue it.
Okay. I have nothing tonight.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Public comment, I don't have anyone signed up. I don't see anyone. I think we outlasted everybody. And with that, I'll entertain a motion for an adjournment.
So moved.
Second. All right. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies.